Channel. Crucial day as we pass the halfway mark. Match 4 of 6 here. The hosts with an opportunity to put themselves at least with one foot in the door to the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup next year in Zimbabwe and Namibia. News at the toss a few moments ago was that Nikhil Pol of Japan has won the toss, elected to bat first. Hopefully a good opportunity to full 50 over match, the second time we've been able to start at 10 o'clock due to some inclement weather in the build up to the tournament. Maybe the opportunity for this Japan batting corps to post a large target, and if they were to win again today, as mentioned, it wouldn't be enough to qualify just yet, though it would go a long way in terms of their qualification campaign, as well as the net run rate boost they would get to boot as well. See a couple of changes for the Papua New Guinea side. We'll get to that in a moment. Opting for a little bit more strength on the batting side of things, and as a result of that, it's meant that they've had to relinquish some of their bowling stock. You see Nikhil Pol take guard. It's Igo Morea who comes back into the team, a left armour. On the money early with a Yorker. I'd like to welcome in the grounds consultant here at Sano, who's done a magnificent job with the inclement weather, as we mentioned in the build-up to the tournament. Todd Luckhurst, good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu, Dan. Yes, some inclement weather. You've, of course, here in Sano, at the foothills of the mountain here, Mount Karasawa, which sometimes can have its own weather system, and we had some rain. Night before the day before the first game, and then in the morning, but we eventually got underway. Great to be here.
Top ball to begin. Morea back into the team today. Happy to let that one go and given as a wide. Maybe just a hint of movement there away from the left-hander. A fraction of swing there, just looking here on back on the monitor. Todd playing on the, I suppose, the second surface that we've been on in this tournament. First two games were on the pitch to our left. Sorry, on our right, and the monitor here for those on screen, and it's the second match on this particular surface. And we'll get your take of the sort of characteristics of not only the square, but maybe each individual surface. I know you're a man who's come here several times over the last decade and a bit. Full toss, able to pounce on the chance. Yeah, the square in general, what sort of the characteristics of the deck and everything around it as well?
Well, it's quite early in the season here, as you know. Still in April, and so the grass isn't really active. When I got here, the grass is still a bit dormant, so we new groundsman here, Mahesh, he got it all going for us, so we had some good grass cover on the square, and he'd done some good work getting it ready, and we did some pre-rolling. I thought the wickets played okay.
Big full toss over the top of the mid-wicket fielder. Didn't have to hit that ball too hard. In the end, he's rewarded with 4 loosener there from Morea in his first over back.
Yeah, it's continuing on. Yeah, so yeah, we got the wickets going. I thought the first wicket played okay. Got a bit dry and was a bit slow at one end, but I thought it played okay. I thought this wicket in the middle played a lot better with some good carry and some good bounce, and hopefully today we can see Japan get a good score.
Yeah, it will probably be the best sort of litmus test for the wicket today. One of the better bowling sides here, and arguably the best batting lineup here as well in the morning. Straight to skipper Gabba Frank, who positions himself at cover. Big day for the hopes of Papua New Guinea, of course. They need to win today, and they probably need to win by a margin as well, just to ease the net run rate blow that they copped on match day 1, and then in the defeat to Fiji as well. Plenty of cricket, as we've discussed on the call over the first few days here. Big summer of Japanese cricket, both domestically and internationally. We'll get into that in a moment. Todd, I want to go back to, I suppose, the genesis of, I suppose, your partnership here with the JCA. You've been here no fewer than, I want to say, a dozen times. Correct me if I'm wrong. You've been here almost every year for the last 10 or so years.
Yeah, that's correct. So your last 10 years, only year I missed was COVID. With COVID year, there was no cricket here for the summer. Or no international cricket. So yeah, I was trying to work it out the other day. I think it's 11 or 12 times over the last 10 years, and it was a lot different when I first started coming here. Of course, we had the one ground, we had a 3-wicket table with a synthetic on the outside, and jungles where the nets are.
Pressing forward, would have been a chat of one in the end. Paul happy to stay in his ground. End of the first over. 5 for no loss here in Sano. That Nikhil Pole boundary, first 4 runs off the bat. And yeah, as we mentioned, a big day in the destiny of both of these teams. Japan were to win today, it would take a monumental mess up from them to not qualify for next year's Under-19 Men's World Cup. PNG not only need to win the rest of their matches, but probably by a fair margin net run rate, and they'd also need a favour from Fiji against Japan as well. Take a look at the second new ball bowler, and David Tarakamala. A bit more responsibility on his shoulders today. No Ware Robin, and no Anthony David. They've, as we mentioned, relinquished a bit of their bowling strength to try and beef up their batting order. Ultimately chased down whatever set 2 slips in place for him here in power play 1. Down the leg side to begin. Quite slingy action as we see Niha Palmer face his first ball of the day. He's had a real purple patch of form. Half century on match day 1 here to back up that massive score of 160 that he put up in their tour of Singapore. Always a challenge, and you see a wide signal by the umpire that in the morning, just with the new ball, but also just the nice fresh surface, and the conditions here can sort of be, it has been a little bit wet in the build-up to the tournament. Todd, I'll get your take on that in a minute. Friendly Taraka Mala racing back to his mark after the wide. A lot of challenges with the weather about in the build-up here as well.
Yeah, it was quite challenging. We had the rain on Wednesday before the tournament started, and the rain stopped, and we thought, oh, we're okay. We did a lot of work to the ground, soaping up water, sponges and so.
Well defended by Palmer, well behind the ball. They even had some of the players helping out that sort of match day -1 as well.
We did. We had the Japanese players. We're still here taking some photos, so we got them all out there, and we moved the water around. We were quite confident we would start on time, but as we all know, we came to the ground and there was water everywhere.
Beauty, I suppose, of one day cricket. You've got a lot of time to work with, not only that half an hour grace, but shortened matches, and it's not the worst result here for these teams. Some play sort of 40 over formats of the game as well, and might have just brought in, bringing in the parameters might have made it a little bit more competitive across the 3 teams as well. Angled down by Palmer, but straight to the second slip. Interesting, slingy sort of falling away action of Taraka Mala. It doesn't look like the type of bowler, at least with his action, that would generate a lot of movement away from the right-hander, keeping the 2 slips in place, maybe looking to extract something off the surface more than in the air. Sliding a little bit down the leg side. There's the protection there in that wideish fine leg.
One thing here, the ball does swing here. Even on days where there's no wind or it's nice, not overcast and sunny, the ball will swing for the first 5 or 6 overs. After that, it will flatten out a bit, but you do get good purchase for the opening bowlers here, nice and early with the new ball.
Is it just sort of the cold air maybe that kind of contributes to that, you reckon? Or?
Not sure. The air here can be a bit dense, I think. Maybe that has something to do with it. And the balls definitely do swing. I've noticed over here over the years that if you pitch it up, get it right up there, you can be rewarded. I think we saw that in the first game for Japan.
half volley. Pole measured in his cover drive. He'll pick up 2 even with Palmer dropping his bat. Sign of confidence and calm in Nikhil Pole this morning. 2 overs gone, 10 for no loss. Noted you know a little bit more about Nikhil Pole's bowling. Actually, he hasn't had the chance to bowl at this tournament. He's got a bit of an issue with one of his hamstrings. So excited to maybe, actually almost on cue there. It's almost as if he's sort of gone and clutched at it. So he's not exactly 100%. But you've seen him a little bit more actually with the ball as well as with the bat.
I've seen him bowl a couple of times. He's a tall lad and has a bit of pace, so you can see he's stretching out there. But, I think he's okay. As he said, he was alright the other day when I spoke to him at the wicket over the last couple of days. So hope he's over his injury.
We'll go through the lineups in a couple of moments' time as well. You mentioned a couple of shuffles for PNG especially. Palmer again, so solid in defence. He's got a good base, Nihar Palmer. One thing I really appreciated in his innings on match day 1, the 59 that he scored, was that he did find himself in a little hole at one stage, but he didn't play the loose shot to kind of throw his wicket away. He sort of dug in and bided his time and let everyone else work around him. Full toss on the outside edge. There is a man at deep third that will keep that to just 1. Power play 1, of course. Just the 2 fielders outside the circle permitted it. Got them at fine leg and third man. Sticking with the 2 slips in place for both batters, even with the left-right combination. Maybe a little bit more in the game here against the Japanese skipper Pole. Bowled by Murray. Yeah, just quickly going through the lineups. One change for Japan. Ryuki Ozeki is in for Max Yonakawa Lin. These 2, of course, opening the batting. Nikhil Pole, Nihar Palmer, Hugo Tani Kelly, Kazuma Kato Stafford, Charlie Harahins, Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett, Skylar Nakayama Cook with the gloves. Tim Moore, Ozeki, of course, as we mentioned, Gabby Harahins and Kai Wall for Japan. And 2 changes for PNG. Larry Robin and Anthony David out. Frank Name, the batter, in. Extra batter, and Iga Maria in as well. A little bit of a change as well from a batting lineup, at least the one we've been given here in Sano. Gabba Frank, the captain, is listed to open the batting today with Dai Mahuru. Name at 3, and Daunty Tom at 4. Struggled to get going a little bit with the bat, especially at the top of the order, so maybe the chance for Daunty Tom maybe to build an innings, probably their best bat at number 4. Into the leg side. Be a tough chase. Looks like Rahul Dakana Jr. out there. That'll keep it to 2. A little bit top heavy, told the batting of Papua New Guinea here. If you can sort of roll them early, it's been very hard for them to sort of dig themselves out of a hole.
I thought they were batting okay yesterday. But when it came to extend a partnership, that's when they were struggling. They really had good starts, and especially early in the game. Kind of fell away a bit after that, but I think if they get a couple of partnerships at the top of the order and get themselves in a good position, then they could put a good score on.
Good finish to Igor Moraes over a Yorker. Dug out by the skipper. 13 for no loss. 3 overs gone. It's a good point you make. They were none for 41 yesterday to begin that chase of 186, and they lost 10 wickets for 50 to be bowled out for 91. Once the pace came off the ball, that's when they generally struggled, it must be said. And Fiji, they kind of take it to another level. They don't just take the pace off, they seem to give it a bit of extra air and really tempt the batters into trying to use their own pace and sort of brought about their downfall. You see Tarakamala again. Gorgeous shot from Palmer, not a half volley, but straight to the skipper at cover, Gabba Frank. Half volley, this time into the gap from Palmer. And a misfield as well. Just that pressure on the fielder too much, and 4 to Palmer's name. Gorgeous shot.
Nice shot, front foot. And go along nicely with the boundary. Yeah, I thought yesterday Jonah came onto bowl and he was really changing up his pace, as he really slings them in there, darts them in, and then he was bowling really loopy ones, and the batsmen were kind of confused a bit and weren't sure what to do, and I think that put a bit of pressure on them.
I think it wasn't, yeah, I'll get to that in a moment. It wasn't necessarily disguised slow balls either. It wasn't as if he's kind of put it into the palm of his hand. He's just all in his arm, and almost sort of a moon ball type situation.
If there was such thing, you could say it was a slower ball.
Yeah. Well worked into the leg side, out to the wide fine leg for 1.
Talking to groundsman Mahesh this morning, I said, what about the score for the wicket? What he thinks? A bit optimistic, he thinks 300. Said, let's have a go for 250.
I'm an optimist, but an optimist that brings his raincoat to work.
Yeah. No.
Good length that from Tarakamala across the left-hander. Still 2 slips in place for him. I think Nikhil Pole match 2. He probably consider himself a little bit unlucky the way he was dismissed. There was a bit of conjecture as to the height of the full toss, but showed on match day 1 what he's capable of, a score of note as well. Yeah, Frank. The ball just seems to be magnetised towards the Papua New Guinea captain. 4 overs gone, 18 for no loss. It's been, a disappointing start for Garen Watson. We know that it's a very vocal and energetic fan base back in that part of the world watching on the YouTube channel stream. It hasn't been the ideal start for them so far. Team so desperate to see their young international men's team challenge the best in the region. Diego Morea in for his 3rd over. Found the gap again, Nihar Palmer. Waited on that really well. He'll get 2. That's what I like to see out of a player like Palmer. He's got all the shots. Just at times he's a little bit prone of hitting fielders, and early impressions today is that he's on. I know he's only 12 balls into his innings, but it seems like there's a bit of measure and calm in his game this morning.
Yeah, nice shot there through the covers.
And they're solid in defence as well, so covering all bases at the moment. They've got off to a pretty good start here. There's no real need to be going all guns blazing here, even in the power play. They know how much time they had, and I think that impression talking to Nikhil Pole at the toss as well, Todd, was that they really want to bat out 50 overs first and foremost and see what they can put up.
Yeah, I think it's a really good chance for Japan to bat their 50 overs here if they can. As we saw the other day, they're really built in their innings. They get a good start, and then really build as they go along and up their run rate.
Straight to the field on this occasion. Slight fumble there, but no temptation for a single. Probably a smart decision that. Gabba Frank, the captain, probably the best fielder in the group as well. Well, it's pretty stiff competition in the PNG lineup. They are a side that take a lot of pride in their fielding. You can see how well drilled and skilled they are. Fit bunch of, it's a fit squad. Same with Fiji as well. It's something that their senior core could probably take something out of as well. Appeal's gone up. There are probably questions of height and even angle across the right-hander as well. Take a look. The impression just watching back, the delay here of the stream, our luxury probably tells you there's a little bit too much doubt in that one.
One thing they do bring in the field is a lot of energy, PNG, as do Fiji, but I've been very impressed with their energy in the field, PNG.
Let us know where you're watching from on the Japan Cricket Association stream. We're again straight to the man at cover. We've seen some great numbers, not only in quantity but on location around the world. A lot of people watching, of course, in the EAP region. Just 3 members playing here as well, but Vanuatu, Samoa, Cook Islands on the other side of the international date line. Welcome to you. There's India, parts of Europe who have tuned in the middle of the night there. End of the 5th over, 24 no loss. Just talking about sort of the network in Japan. I know there's a few sort of tuning in. David Cook, I know Skylar's dad, I believe, in the UK in the middle of the night, staying up and watching. And it's funny, you know, when you've got family and friends involved, the sleeping pattern goes out the window as Aussies, you know, watching sport in the middle of the night kind of comes accustomed to us, because most of the good stuff is at about 2 in the morning, unfortunately. But it's the dedication, sport. We're all a little bit whacked like that.
If you want to watch any European sport, it's pretty much middle of the night.
Yeah, good luck. One slip's been taken out, this one given a wide. It's almost a 1.5 slip now in place. Sort of take a look at the field just to give you paint you a picture. The one slip backward sort of point is the one man out on the offside. There's a fine leg as well. Point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Mid-wicket being called upon here, Frank. Well, we haven't quite had a close game as yet so far, but we haven't been short of some highlight moments. We had a couple of broken stumps yesterday, and you were the one that had to run and sort of recon another one to get the game going again. There might have been 2 broken stumps, actually.
2 broken stumps yesterday, yes.
Angled into point, but that man in the infield was fielding, but maybe smartly opting against the one.
2 broken stumps, so we decided to have 2 spare stumps in the umpire's tent today. Run them out if required. That's one thing we have had. So last time we had the Under-9 World Cup qualifiers here when Japan qualified.
Yep.
We had broken stumps at tournament too.
Down the leg side, wide give it.
The soil in the profile gets very hard underneath, and any pressure with the ball hitting the stumps, they just snap in half. So it's a bit of excitement.
Yeah, saw Joeli Mawala break one in half in the middle stump as well. One of his 2 wickets to help Fiji go on and win. This one's staying a fraction low on pole. question I'll pose to you in a moment in regard to, I suppose, your position actually observing Japanese cricket. This time unable to beat the field, but you know you're in a unique position. You're here, you know, consulting and helping on ground operations, but you obviously know a lot of people here in the JCA very well and the players. What would it sort of mean to go to another under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup for Japan and the JCA?
Oh, it'd be everything for. I think it's be great for the team, great for the JCA, and I think it's a great reward for the amount that everyone puts into cricket in Japan. It's growing every year, year on year. And I think it's just reward. Oh, bit of an overthrow.
Oh, overthrows. Buzzers. Saw only a couple yesterday. The team's been pretty sharp on that.
So I think it's just reward for all the hard work, not only by the JCA staff, but all the volunteers here from all cricket in Japan. And a really big boost to Japan cricket and going to be on the international stage in another under-19 World Cup would be just amazing.
Tickle, they reckon, down the leg side, and in the end it's been given out after an energetic and unrelenting appeal. Umpire finally deeming this one either a glove or an edge. Means the end of Niha Palmer for 9. David Tarakamala with the first, and a big breakthrough, needed for Papua New Guinea if they are to claw their way back into this competition. Just as we mentioned, the fandom and the dedication that it takes to watch international sport and the people watching around the world. Skylar Nakayama Cook's dad joins us on the stream. David in London, in the middle of the night there, so goes to show when you're able to put up a stream, especially live and free on YouTube, it just gives you the opportunity to beam your cricket around the world, and it's something that Japan, Todd, I can bring you in again on this, been a real push for sort of the exposure, just to let everyone know what the JCA and Japan cricket is about as well.
Yeah, Japan cricket stream every Saturday, the Japan Cricket League or whatever, Japan T10, if there's Japan Cup game on, any cricket that's played here is streamed every Saturday. So it's a really good tool to be in Japan cricket around the world, and it's great that anyone from anywhere can tune in and watch some cricket here in Japan.
On the up, another misfield. So Papua New Guinea just been a little bit lackadaisical to begin their day in the field. Ends up picking up a bonus 2 runs there for Nikhil Pol. And then at the other end, the new batter, Hugo Tony Kelly, the non-strikers, with the wicket being the last ball of the previous over. Tony Kelly made 33 at a better than a run a ball on match day 1, or 32 balls against the same opponents today, Papua New Guinea. Couldn't get going against Fiji. A little missed time from Pole. And yeah, again, the Futures League last week in the build-up to this tournament, there's a lot of talk that this class of under-19s cricketers is even stronger than the one that went to the World Cup 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think they are. The tournament last week was fantastic. Really good cricket. I thought the bowling was a lot of spin bowling, leg spin, a lot of leg spin. I thought the bowling was exceptional. So I think Japan cricket's in a really good position at the moment with some young men coming through the ranks. Hopefully they can progress to the national team.
It's a strange position that Japan were put in the last cycle, given that New Zealand had to come back and qualify, and I think a lot of the teams actually saw it more as a development opportunity to look at maybe the class a year or so younger, knowing that okay, the chance of qualifying and beating New Zealand is slim. But now we've got guys in this particular class who have been through multiple under-19 campaigns, and it's sort of boded well for now at this point in time. Get your take on that in a moment as we see Maria running in. Outside edge, wide of the slip. Didn't quite look on his toes, it must be said, and it will beat the third man for 4. Slice of luck again for Pole in between the two slip fielders. Here he is, rather wide in almost 1.5 himself. In the end, it goes through the pair of them.
Tough chance. Yeah, I mean, realistically, last qualifiers, everyone, thought that New Zealand were going to be a powerhouse and be very difficult to beat. So I think, like you said, it was a really good opportunity to see what we've got, give some young players some experience.
Into the offside, but no run. Thought about it, just reflecting on that previous ball, but probably a good sign that there's some decent carry there. The way that went through the slip coordinate wasn't a particularly short delivery and wasn't a massive edge as well.
Yeah, wicket's quite hard, very hard today. Expecting good carry, good bounce. Can get a little bit slow in the afternoon here, but expecting a nice score for the first innings.
Might have been a thought of one, but again, it's Gabba Frank there that we don't really want to take on in the field. 7 overs gone, 28 for 1. Yeah, work cut out for you this summer, given how much cricket is to be played here. We mentioned the Futures League already. We've got this tournament. We've got a men's tri-series, men's bilateral series. We've got the JPL, the women's JPL, and Japan Women's International Cricket as well.
There's a lot of cricket in the next 6 weeks here at the SICG, because we've got 2 grounds, round 1 and 2, which have both got turf wickets. So the ability to hold tournaments like the JPL, 14 tournaments over 3 days, WJPL later in the season, men's tournament, women's tournament.
Quite there for Tani Kelly's first ball.
But you're trying to set a foundation with these wickets for the back end of the 6 week or throughout the period. I've got to head back to Melbourne next week, but groundsman Mahesh, of course, he's a very experienced curator from Sri Lanka. Fantastic work he's done here this week.
Into the leg side, straight to Prawa Tikana Jr. I don't need to tell you, how much work we have to go into putting up the decks. It's one of the most important facets of cricket, of course, outside of the men sort of taking part in playing, the actual surface that you're playing on. On the side for a wide, and they'll get at least an extra one on top. But without a sporting wicket, without a fair wicket, then sometimes all the preparation and everything else almost goes out the window.
And we want to provide the best surface we can provide for these tournaments, of course, the best wickets we can get, and I think that's what we're getting this week. It can be challenging with the climate, and can be challenging if you've never been here before. The soil structure is a little different to anywhere else.
Oh, this one, maybe a little kick off the seam there. Can bend his back, Tarakamala. Notice a real slingshotty type action. A lot of shoulder. He doesn't have to run in particularly quick to generate a lot of his pace.
One thing about the wickets, if you really bowl into the deck, you can get a lot of bounce. I mean, I think that one took off a little bit, but looked okay. But if you really want to bowl into the deck, you can get it up there.
Worked into the leg side. Should turn this into an easy 2.
Yeah, so getting back to the wickets, so the soil structure is a little bit different to what you have around the world. It's the clay has a bit more silt in it. It's quite hard, doesn't stick. So it's very hard without the local knowledge to, took a while to get them right.
Outside edge and another drop. It flew to the slip fielder. There's always going to be a tough chance. Again, plenty of carry.
He got to it quite well.
Yeah, it's a half chance that you need to take. So a couple of lives for Nikhil Pole, one in between the slip fielders and one put down. They've actually moved that slip fielder out. He's clutching his hand after that drop. He's in a world of pain there as he heads into the outfield. I think it's Alan Borgate, 28, walking back to now deep square with the right left hand combination. They keep two slips in for the new batter though. They are really wide and if anything maybe just a fraction too high.
Definitely getting their chances here, PNG.
8 overs gone, 34 for 1. Yeah, just unable to take them. Just been a little bit lackluster in the field, and that's more so by their lofty standards than anything else. Aside that, historically across men's, women's, under-19s cricket have shown the way with the field. If you sort of look back and highlight packages of Papua New Guinea cricket in global events, I can think of a couple of the catches, especially in that 2021 Men's T20 World Cup where they made their tournament debut. As we know, a number of players in this squad are children of senior internationals or relatives of senior internationals as well. Very much a family affair. We know about the Hanabata village where so many international players hail from. Even looking at the squad here, all but 3 members of the squad based in Port Moresby. If they're not based in Port Moresby, they're normally in the village or 2 over. Looks like we're going to get spin for the first time. Still in the power play, so it's going to be Varghese Varney, who's probably been their pick of the bowlers, especially the slow bowlers so far with his off spin to the left-hander. 2 noises, I believe, that Peel went up. Thought for a moment he might have chopped it onto the stumps.
Starting to make some things happen here, PNG.
Be probing here, Varghese Varney. To see if there's any sign of turn.
I think it'll turn a bit later, maybe once the ball gets a bit softer.
Yeah, just the 1 new ball as well, probably worth pointing out again, not the 2s we normally see in men's ODIs. The offside, no run. Yeah, you almost kind of look when the ball's newer like this, you get the natural variation. One, if it sort of lands on the side of the ball, it sort of straightens on. Pole will take on the mid-on fielder. The man running to the far end gets back in good time, Tani Kelly. Little match up this. 2 spinners going head to head. See Tani Kelly work into his day with the ball a little bit later on.
I might have seen a slip in here. A bit more aggressive.
Yeah, especially if one sort of holds up and straightens rather than sort of turns into the right hander. in the power play. They've got the two men on the leg side, long on and deep mid wicket, just to give Varney a little bit of insurance against the right-hander. You'd think, yeah, especially now with the left-hander, it wouldn't be the worst play here either. Vargy's been excellent. 3 for 20 off 4, 1 for 27 off 10 in his first 2 matches, and seemingly on the button again here today. Japan more than happy just to defend him so far. 36 for 1, 9 overs gone. Numbers on the stream, watching on, building as the morning continues. Happy to report. Barely a cloud in the sky here in Stano. Clear day, there's a good chance we'll see potentially Mount Fuji in the background here. Being promised on a clear day, I'll find it.
On a clear day, you'll see it later in the day. So hopefully it might clear up. A bit hazy here to see Fuji today, but maybe later this afternoon.
Good start for Walapuka, the left arm orthodox spinner. He's worked in tandem with Vargy Varney. They're sort of two frontline spinners. Gavin Frank has plenty of options with the ball. How he manages them over the course of the day. Tiny Kelly does well to place that past the bowler. Contouring his body. Notice both him and Charlie Harahind is another player who seems to do it pretty well, and actually Nihar Palmer to a point manipulate their body to open up different gaps in the field. It's going to be important should they go to the next level and how they're going to continue to work the ones and keep the score ticking over in tricky times, especially when the pace comes off the ball. Or they're maybe just trying too hard to work that into a gap. They do race through their overs here as well. A real feature of the PNG lineup is just see a slight change in the field. They're going to bring an extra man into the offside. Last over, of course, in power play 1.
Interesting spinners from both ends. The 10th over of the game.
Yeah. Been a bit of a theme of the tournament thus far, hasn't it? The slow bowlers dominating. Oh, and for a moment I thought that was going to carry just short there. Nikhil Pol hasn't been gifting chances, but he's certainly been asked plenty of questions. To the offside for another dot. 10 overs gone, 37 for 1, end of power play 1. Might just get your take as you depart, Todd. Past score today, this Japan team. I don't know if I can pin you down to a prediction, maybe.
I think, what are we at now? 37 for 1 from 10. I think maybe 240, 250 would be a good score. I think that's probably what might happen. There's my prediction. I'll take 247.
I'll write that down, make sure I don't forget it.
Bit of a bold prediction, that one. So, thanks for having me, Daniel.
No problem. Feel free to run back up at any time.
Might
Get the
come
vocal
up
cords ready.
in the second innings. Cheers.
Vargy continues. Bowl him! Hugo Tiny Kelly completely undone by Vargy Varney. The pick of the bowlers so far for Papua New Guinea across the tournament delivers again. Dragged down, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, beats the outside edge. Tiny Kelly departs. Vargivani again, the key man with the ball. His first of today. Questions being asked of the men with 1 foot in the World Cup door. Kazumakato Stafford takes guard at number 4. And he's there after another piece of individual Vargivani brilliance. And Kazumakato Stafford in need of a score of note, hasn't reached double figures yet to begin his campaign. Most capped under 19 player in Japan international history. It's his 22nd match of under 19 international cricket. We'll see him with the new ball a little bit later on as well. Job to do with the bat though, it must be said. And if, just in case they need a little bit more motivation and inspiration, Papua New Guinea in the field, just raise their vocal levels another 10%. Every single ball, something said. 37 for 2, 11 overs gone. If you just joined us, Japan won the toss. Nikhil Pol still out there, 19 off 36, won the toss, elected to bat. Idea being to post an imposing score, make it very difficult for Papua New Guinea not only to chase something down, but that run rate possibly of note a little bit later in the tournament. PNG, of course, would need to win the rest of their matches, though. Cooking out Southpaw bowling to a fellow Southpaw at the other end. Turns that into a half volley. Another misfield. This time, and number 14, Dai Mahuru. Recognise the name. It's because his father, who the name's reversed, represented PNG, Mahuru Dai. Dot ball is just starting to pile up a little bit. Really tough now. Kept most of the fielders in, even with the power play 1 done. It's been a real characteristic of the tournament. Not only have the spin bowlers all performed admirably well with the pace off here, it's been quite difficult for a number of batters to move things along. Holding up again in the surface a tad. All but one fielder in here. Deep square leg, just that protection for Walapuka if he was to drag down. To the leg side there. Not knowing how to negotiate that. To Gubba Frank at cover. Another good over for Papua New Guinea as they just try and tug of war their way back into the contest. 38 for 2, 12 overs gone. Racing in between their overs, Papua New Guinea giving Japanese very little respite here. Runs drying up. Since that wicket, just one scoring shot. Oh, for a moment there, I thought wicket number 3 had been taken. Playing this, half a shout of LBW. Plenty of questions being asked. This is where it becomes a dangerous time for a batter. You almost rest on your laurels and try too hard to defend without being proactive and looking for the ones. Dragged down and pounced on by Pole, who pummels, only for it to hole up in the outfield. They'll collect 3. Slower pocket in the outfield out there. Crowd building in the stands here to my right, and on the screen, the back left there, grandstand. Of course, it's a Sunday here in Sano. Coming up to Golden Week as well here in Japan. A load of public holidays sort of banked up next to each other. 13 overs gone, 41 for 2. As mentioned, the dot balls just starting to rack up. .21 dot balls in the last 4 overs. Tells you everything you need to know. Too short. And a man of Nikhil Pole's quality is not going to pass up the opportunity to put that away. And the crowd here in Sano a little more vocal, knowing how important a shot like that can be to provide some impetus for the hosts. Over the top of the short mid-wicket fielder for 1. Rare bad ball from the 2 frontline Papua New Guinea spinners. One place you cannot miss. Bowling too short here to give batters time. Do have plenty of spin options, as we know, Papua New Guinea, and plenty of bowling options full stop. They had bowled 8 bowlers yesterday. Haloen Boge is another off spinner that they could deploy took 1 for 14 off his 3 overs yesterday. Took a little while to find his rhythm, but ended up picking up 1. Is that a little tickle? Yeah, and the appeal's been turned down by the umpire. End of the 14th over, 46 for 2. Going solo for the best part of 3 days. Like the London buses. Don't get 1 for ages, then 2 come at once. Another guest in the comm box will introduce in a moment as we see some more spin here as Vargivani continues into his 4th over. And with Fiji enjoying a day off today. Watching on here in Sano on Sunday. Welcome in coach of Fijian team, Sanjeev Dubey, welcome.
Thanks, Daniel.
See Vargivani racing through, keeping us on our toes here. Over the top, timed well. Don't bother running for Nikhil Pal. Boundaries in consecutive overs for the skipper. It's starting to look imposing. A little bit of time to fetch that one. Good time to have a day off here on Sunday for you, Sanjeev?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's good to watch these 2 teams. And of course, we do have a second leg against PNG and then against Japan to finish off this tournament.
Yeah, congratulations on the win yesterday, Sanjeev. It was an excellent performance, particularly in the field, but also a great recovery with the bat. We'll talk about that in a moment. Full toss and Varney, even with his foot, unable to stop it. Yeah, it was a position, having lost 6 wickets for not many, and Joeli Moala came out. You kind of held him back. He made a really well-made 46. He got off to an electric start and then built a nice little innings for himself. And then with the ball, I think Papua New Guinea were 41 for no loss in reply, chasing 186 and lost all 10 wickets for 50 with the pace taken right off. See Varney again. Great spirit from the team to lift and win that game after the position they were in a couple of times.
Absolutely. We are not as privileged as Japan and PNG when it comes to cricket development. Of course, there is a lot of positive initiatives going on in the country, and it will take its time. It's not a quick fix, but things are moving in the right direction. And I would say whatever raw talent we have, that demonstrate what Fiji can do, or how they can, with their gutso, with their raw talent, even with raw talent, not refined yet, they can do big upsets.
Wallapuka again, just a little shuffle in the field, a couple of extra men out now for him to left-hander. On the up wide of the man. Cover, I think it's Gabba Frank, the captain, who's positioned himself there. Another tough half chance for Garamutz. Nikhil Pol, he's ridden his luck a little bit. He's been the pick of the batters thus far, but one legitimate chance and a couple of half chances not taken by the Garamutz. Meanwhile, at the other end, Kazuma Kato Stafford looking to build into his innings here, unable to get off the mark just yet. Yeah. Glad you brought that up about your men, Sanjeev, because there is, as you say, plenty of raw talent there and energy and athleticism in the field. There is Kazuma Kato finally getting going. A little opportunity for him in the middle overs to work his way in, but yeah, again, probably the win yesterday showed, I suppose, the upbeat energy goes a long way. And a lot of spirit can go a long way as well.
Yes, true. Once they get going, they kind of become unstoppable. They just the way we had few plans, or you can say strategies to come into the game, to play the game. We started well, then we were kind of taken back after losing quick wickets in the middle. The talk has been going on for a while, guiding them, educating them how this 50 overs is to be played.
Has he done enough to clear the rope? Yes, he has, by a distance. That's the one place you can't miss on this wicket, too short, and Nikhil Pal lifts into the sky for 6.
It was a very good shot, I would say. It was the way he rocked back on his back foot and lifted, or I would say kind of pulled over mid-on. It was a good shot. Once you are on back foot, I guess the bowlers are trying to push them on the back foot. That's where you will get the wicket. But here, the way he opened his front hip and cleared his front leg, it was a very good shot. Cleared the rope by miles, I guess.
I'm not sure you guys were on the off day as well. It was also against Papua New Guinea. Nikhil Pal played an on drive down to a similar part of the ground. It was probably the best shot of the tournament. Here's Varney again. Well fielded. They'll still pick up 1. Unbelievable work by the man who's just bowled the last over, Awala Puka. Haven't been short of firepower, and mentioned his name as you came in, Joel Mawala, with a few 6s to his name as well. He's shown his power, and there is some power in that Fiji lineup as well. Cleaned up!
Wow.
What a delivery to beat Nikhil Pal! And the PNG's leading spinner, spinning a web past the skipper.
I would say PNG has, the way this game, especially these wickets play here, you can be looking all good and suddenly you can lose 2 or 3, and you have allowed the other team to get back into the game. And here I feel PNG is in a pole position after taking all the 3 top order batsmen. They are definitely into the game, and it will be interesting to see what kind of a total from here on Japan can give to PNG. It will be a very interesting game.
And that is the wicket they were so desperately after. A man who in the last 2 or 3 overs had looked to have rebuilt to a really good standard after a space of 21 dot balls in the space of about 4 overs. Thought he'd arrested some control back with 2 4s and a 6 in about a 3 over stint.
Yeah, if I look back yesterday, PNG was kind of cruising at a run rate of 5 and over. But I was very hopeful. 1 or 2 mistakes, and we were able to get the breakthrough, and after that we were able to roll them pretty quickly. But there was a stage where they were looking at, taking the game really deep and giving us a good challenge. But batting on these wickets, especially against slower bowlers, is really, really difficult. If the ball is not coming easily on your bat, it just imposes a lot of difficulties for the batsman.
Charlie Harahin's the new batter for Japan. Given an opportunity on the half volley to open his account first ball. Been an interesting campaign for him in that he's bowled well in both of his games, Charlie Harahin's. In one game he took none for 8 off 4 and was a bit unlucky, and then the next day didn't change too much and took 5 for 20, and then with the bat had to come in and play a quick fire knock 18 off 10 and then got them home with the 23 not out of 14 in the second win. It's a class above. Just one of those players, it looks like, when we talk about good batters and time, it just seems that he has a little bit more time than some of his contemporaries.
No, I totally agree with you, Daniel. He is kind of a seasoned cricketer playing cricket in Australia. That's what they see over the years. Playing against, playing with, and playing a lot of cricket, and quality cricket against better opponents. Good teammates, high quality facilities. Turf wicket is easy access as compared to any other countries, I would say. So I guess these young fellow, especially coming from Australia and New Zealand, they benefit a lot. But seeing what Japan cricket has brought together, it's amazing. It's just like unbelievable. Looking at this ground with a backdrop of hills and greenery, it feels like unbelievable. It gives a feeling of a famous cricket ground in India, which is in the hills.
Dharamshala.
Dharamshala, yeah, I was not getting the name.
I've had the privilege of being there.
Oh, wow.
The Himachal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. It was the sort of the desktop background on my laptop for about 2 years there.
Wow.
The photo I took
Well, I haven't been there.
from
I have
there.
only heard about it. People just love to go and play cricket there.
Big full toss. And Hara Hins is able to kickstart his innings with a boundary early on. And the chant goes up in the stands to our right. A bit of a contingency end now for the hosts. Of course, Sunday here in Sano. The point that you brought up just a moment ago with Japan that I'll bring up with Fiji in a moment as we just see Halapuka looking to reply after that full toss. Or maybe just trying too hard to repeat the dose, but you have Manav Narayan in the squad who's based in Sydney. Haven't quite had the same luxury in Fiji as yet to kind of bring in players maybe with a Fiji background or eligible to play for Fiji, instead relying on everyone sort of born and based there. So I suppose in a moment the question I sort of put to you is, you know, what the plan and sort of ethos is in terms of Cricket Fiji.
Well, there has always been a talk, and there are two sides of it. I look at two different ways, and neither or either of the two is right or wrong for me. Cricket Fiji has this, that locals should be encouraged. But having said that, if you are competing at this international stage, you want to see Fiji going ahead and winning. That will bring more international name and fame, and what that will do is that will help the grassroots cricket as well. So you can't be competing and not able to win. When you do have Fijians, it's not, you're not, they are literally Fijians. So I guess like any other associate countries, Fiji should try to, you know, balance it off. I'm not saying there is no talent in Fiji. There is amazing talent, and as I say, raw talent. And they will also, there's a chance.
It's gone over the head of the man and almost into the tea room for 6. Long hop there from Owalapuka, who's just lost his radar a touch. Not that Charlie Hara-Hins cares too much.
I would say it's a positive sign for PNG as the way Charlie is playing, and I would say Charlie is the last of the recognized batsmen Japan has. The score is about 60 odd. Charlie is looking very aggressive and looking for big runs, going the aerial path, aerial way. But I would say this is not the time. This is the time to consolidate the innings. Take the game a little bit deeper. It's only 17 overs. You're left with 33 odd overs, 17 or 18 overs now. This meaning this over they might have got another 7-8 runs. So yeah, but anyway, it is time will tell. Nothing is right, nothing is wrong. If he succeeds, he has done well. But if they lose a wicket, it's a big trouble.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I think looking at this Japan lineup from 1 to 11, I think one thing that they would lament is that we haven't quite got that one sort of death over specialist batter at the end, which is hard to come by, of course, as we see. Varney, I mean, they're as rare as hen's teeth at the best of times in, you know, wherever you are around the world, but bowling is probably on the stronger side. And plenty of spin talent as well, and as we've seen here in Sano, it's been a case of taking the pace off, it's been more effective. You guys have done that quite well as well, it must be said. Even outside of, you know, the spearhead of Joeli Mawala, and then to have that sort of slower bowling afterwards on the sweep, unable to execute. The range of shots here from Charlie Hurrihins, Kazuma Couple Stafford just hasn't quite been able to sort of find a rhythm with the bat so far at the tournament, but seeing giving himself some time here to work his way into his knock. Another shout of no.
I think they are in the 18th. Oh, I was just
19th over now.
19th over. It's time to toss the ball and see what they can do. Of course, 2 sixes have been hit. They're bowling a bit flatter, even though they are, I would say, they are in a pole position after claiming the top 3 batsmen. Yeah, he's batting good. He's taking his time. He's not rushing, just playing through the overs.
19 overs gone, 73 for 3. That was a maiden over from Varghivani, who, by a distance has led this Papua New Guinea attack. A few heads were turned when we saw the lineup today, and 2 of Papua New Guinea's recognised quick bowlers were left out, with 1 coming in and then an extra batter being named, potentially, having seen, I suppose, and taken in the lessons here of Sano, and I'm sure you guys have felt the same as well. One, a lot of your players don't get the privilege of playing on turf decks to start with, but also this has been a place where slow bowling has been really effective. And you guys, to your credit, have done a really good job of that, taking the pace off and stifling Papua New Guinea like you did yesterday. I want to know, as we see a change in another spinner, Aloen Borge coming on, over the wicket even to the left-hander. Sliced away.
That was a good shot.
Placed well wide of the fielder, who does an excellent job. If anything, gets some help there in the end from a chasing fielder. What does a win like that do for your Chargers? I'm sure, they've come in hopeful, obviously, of winning the tournament. It was, tough first up against Japan, but to be able to beat a team of PNG's quality, just how inspiring is that? Not only to the players here, but also everyone back home as well.
Yeah, I think it's a big thing. It was even in the last World Cup qualifiers, we were able to beat PNG, which has got more access, or funding freedom to expose their cricketers as compared to Fiji, because they do have some understanding with Cricket Australia, where they come and play within Australia, which we don't. And to be able to win against PNG is a big thing, and credit goes to the boys. And how Cricket Fiji, over the years, it has been over 2 years since my association. Within their limits, whatever they have tried to do, it's commendable. And they are really forward-thinking people. They are very receptive. They are open to ideas. And as a result, we have got one boy who has made the team from Sydney, from Australia. And in coming years, after the way he has played, the way he has contributed to the team, I'm hopeful we will have more. And I feel within the Pacific, Fiji will be a team to look out for. They have got a lot of potential with talent within Australia and New Zealand. It's just a matter of opening up the doors. There's a process.
Yeah, exactly. We had a brief chat about it last night, didn't we, at the hotel, talking about that. And if you bring in someone like Manav, and there's a little bit more exposure and a little bit more knowledge in how it's all run.
Yeah.
Because I think in some ways, Fiji historically haven't probably been as proactive and as active, maybe in terms of, say, their outward exposure, maybe to the public.
Outreach.
That's probably it. Almost sort of putting it mildly, but the likes of Japan especially, being able to kind of put as you say, the outreach and reach out to those around the region to kind of help build their project. As we see drinks come on, 78 for 3, a couple of good overs from the Garamuts as they again try and hunt down wickets 4, 5 and 6. And yeah, you made a good point, Sanjeev. This Japan lineup. This is a testing time for them. This is maybe not the last quote-unquote recognised partnership, but definitely the one partnership where if they were to lose a wicket here, it will take a lot for the rest of the Japan lineup to come in and scrounge around and put together a good total.
Yeah. I would say 150 won't be an easy target to get in second innings. But having said that, the way the openers have played last game, PNG openers have played, they show some skill and they show that they are capable of doing things. It was just like, I would say it was good bowling from the Fiji boys. We had a plan chalked out how we will bowl, what we will bowl, and that worked in our favor to get that win.
It was just a procession of wickets, wasn't it, there at one point? And, you know, just when you kind of get into a flow thinking that you're going to be here for the long haul, all of a sudden just wicket upon wicket fell. And that's the thing about momentum in cricket sometimes as well. You lose one and, you know, you're more prone to losing a second, and then you throw a run out in there, and it became just...
And I would say our Joely, our tall fast bowler, I would say he's one of the best fast bowler within the tournament.
Yeah.
Length, line, speed, accuracy, the way he's bowling. He saw twice the wickets were broken.
Yes, yeah. He's an interesting one because he's got senior experience as well. And I've noticed that when the biggest sort of issue he has in his bowling action is actually in his run-up, but once he finds that rhythm and he runs into the crease, he's deadly. And I think cricket is funny in a way where I kind of think of some of the tearaway fast bowlers over the years, and Sean Tate's probably the best example of this, where it's his erraticness and his fire and not necessarily his metronomical sort of line and length. It actually becomes a real asset because as a batter you're thinking, you know, I don't know where the next one might be pitched in the bowler's half of the wicket, or it might be a Yorker, I just don't know.
Absolutely. Now there were a lot of things I was thinking about, as you said, about his run-up and the approach. He kind of, the moment he starts his run-up, he starts to load himself. It's just like ready for a high jump or a long jump. I look, that's the way, and he has got that good gather in him. And I think because of that run-up and that jump in his, or the thing he does in his gather, he's able to generate that pace, the bounce, and he's quite accurate. He's very accurate, taking the stumps again and again, bowling those Yorkers.
Attacking the stumps too, with that sort of angle that he's got.
And I have seen him even in Darwin. He was just like unplayable. We were able to take 3 to 4 wickets of New Zealand, and they were first, you know, top countries in cricket, and not able to face him, not able to bat against him, tells his speed or his bowling, about his bowling, talks volume about his bowling, and he's someone who can, who has done well for us. So pushing him onto backward, that is what they would like to see more. Once that coming down and backward starts to happen, he can change his deliveries a little bit more and try to break through.
On the up, it's well bowled from Bhagivani again, not giving Japan's batters a moment of respite. And they'll end up picking up 2 with a good piece of running. Up there on the slide as well. This is an intriguing next 10 overs or so, I think, for both teams. How satisfied would Japan be if they were to say wicketless? How many runs could they realistically be happy with scoring in, say, the next 10 overs with Bhagivani just 4 overs left in his day?
I think
that well into the leg side. That might run away to the rope. He's done well to wait on it.
I think this is what it talks, or when we talk about experience of playing on these type of wickets. This is what both the batsmen are showing. It shows the depth of the middle order. They haven't slowed down. They haven't panicked. They have gone and played their shots, and they are looking at par. It's 21st over, and they are still scoring at a run rate of 4 and over. here I would say PNG needs a wicket, and the way they are bowling, they are mixing it up, but I don't see there's a lot of tossing of the ball. The wickets will only come when you throw the ball up. They are bowling flat, which is not going to help them unless until they push them on the back foot. That's where they will get the wickets. They will only charge if you toss the ball up, which Charlie has done. Of course, he has cleared the rope, but there was a chance there when he went up.
Worked that well into the offside, but just the sweeper out there for one. You mentioned, of course, 4 fielders outside the circle permitted, and he's opted to keep it relatively square, square long off and square long on, as well as a deep cover, deep square leg. Probably just shows you maybe that the wicket is on the slower side. Of course, the second time we've played on this particular surface at the tournament. 21 overs gone, 85 for 3. Givani already 7 overs into his work, and yeah, you would suspect that Japan now are probably more than happy to almost see him off and just say, look, yeah, we can burn the 3 overs that you bowl here and work our way against the others. Wallapuka is excellent in his own right, but there's probably a slight dip in quality of the spinners that come through, with all respect. Gabba Frank has plenty of bowling options as well. You see Alawan Borge again. Full toss, they take on the point fielder, the fired throw in. And he's done enough there, the non-striker, to get down the other end. Came at a good height, that one, for the point fielder to retrieve and fire away. Tied things up against Kazuma Kato Stafford in particular. So it's taken him a little bit of time to get going here. Given half a chance and misses out. Just about to say that when it rains it pours sometimes, when you're not in the best of form, all of a sudden the bowler seems to lift. They're maybe a little bit more comfortable and confident bowling against you as well. It kind of compounds the issues in a way. Again, then maybe just not quite there for him to lift away. It's funny how cricket can kind of work like that. Just noticing, Charlie Hurrion's just going down and having a quick chat to Kato Stafford just to let him know he's got time. Still the best part of 30 overs left in the innings, of course. And straight to the fielder. A little bit of a habit at the moment.
I think here he's trying a little bit too hard, which is not the need of the time. If he can just play a few overs through, take a few singles and doubles, take the game a bit more deeper. 85. The score looks fine.
One off the over. A good one from Alawan Borge, 86 for 3.
It was lovely talking and having a little bit of a chat about Cricket Fiji, Daniel, and I hope the game goes well. I don't know which team you are supporting. I guess you have to be very neutral.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm happily neutral and don't have a foot in any camp at this point. But hoping for a closer finish. We've probably been lacking maybe a close game of note. So I think that's all I'm
I would love to see the tournament being the champions being decided on the last game between us.
That would be ideal. Yes, of course.
Us against Japan.
Kept yourselves alive halfway through, which is the most important thing. What's the plan for the rest of the day for the Fiji camp?
I think the boys will. They have come to watch the teams, how they bowl, how they bat. We had a morning stretching session. We had a bit of a briefing and just to see what the teams are doing. We will, after lunch, we will go back to the hotel we will rest a little bit. We will relax a bit as well. We don't want to be confined to the hotel room. We want to have some
Experience
fresh air.
Japan, yes.
Not to a great extent. And have an early night and then be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to that, taking on the host tomorrow.
Now, tomorrow we have got PNG and
Correct. Sorry, yes,
PNG is not an easy team.
Yeah.
We might have won it convincingly. Just looking at the score, we shouldn't think that it was an easy win. It was just like, that's the way the game gets played. Game of cricket, you never know. You're looking all good and suddenly you have lost. As you said, they were 45 for none and then they got bowled out. So the pressure mounted on them and that didn't really help them. So I would say PNG has, the way they have played today, they are a capable team and they can do any upsets. Yeah. All right, I'll take an excuse and
Yes.
it was lovely being
Good luck
on air.
tomorrow if I
Yeah,
don't see you at the
thank
hotel as well.
Cheers, thank you, bye.
Ragivani into his 8th over here. Trying to put the brakes on Japan. Lifted into the outfield and come back for a second as well. Good running from Charlie Hurrihins. Was a little bit fortunate to get a couple of loose ones early to really accelerate into his innings, but be able to maintain the strike rate has been more of a reflection of his quality as well. Play miss, fly it in from Varney. .23 overs gone, 90 for 3, I should say. Plenty of intrigue in this fixture now with run rate slowing up a tad. Spinners working into their day. Alawan Borge finding his radar as well. This time from Uncle Stafford again. Straight to cover. Straight to the man at 45. Kato Stafford, the pressure mounted and mounted and mounted, and it led to his dismissal. Tied up by an excellent spin contingency here in Papua New Guinea, who have helped claw the Garamuts back into proceedings. Not only back in this match, but potentially into the competition. Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett, the new man in for Japan. He's there after the dismissal of Kazumakato Stafford, who tried his utmost and just, if anything, just found the fielders a little bit too many times. Getting to the leg side, pace off the ball, very much the MO now for Papua New Guinea. Over the top and away is Kobayashi Doggett. He should pick up a second as well, even with a slip at the non-striker's end running around. "24 overs gone, 92 for 4 here in Sano." Earlier today, Japan won the toss. Nikhil Pol elected to bat here in Sano. Made a score of note. Another strong opening partnership. Papua New Guinea, as the match has gone on, have been able to claw things back a little bit more in their favour. You can see that. Approaching the halfway mark of the innings. Nikhil Pol making 40 before he was clean bowled by the pick of the bowlers again here, Vagivani. Opted to keep a couple of overs in the bank for Varney, and they brought on Higo Morea. Proactive from Gabba Frank, the skipper of Papua New Guinea, and the Papua New Guinea leadership team, thinking, you know, maybe with the run rate slowing down and a lot of pressure on Charlie Harahins now, the chance just to get through some overs and to keep 2 of Varney's in the bank. Outside edge. Morea, having come back into the team, has looked in a good rhythm today. Swing early on with the new ball, just the one new ball that we're playing with at this tournament, not 2. Left alone. He pushed through a little bit quicker by Morea as well. Kobayashi Doggett defending again. dropped. Awkward looping one in front of the cover fielder. And that is the half chance that you need to take against someone like Charlie Hutter-Hinds. Halfway mark, 94 for 4. Went Borgay into his 4th over. Real holding pattern now for both teams. Japan know that another wicket would be devastating to their chances. And Borgay stronger than perhaps yesterday. Drop short. It's one spot you can't really miss here. With protection though. Unable to beat the point fielder. Drop short, wide of the man. We'll run around to keep to just the one in the end. A good piece of fielding and a great throw in as well. Raho. Should I say David Rakamala, that was it long off. .26 overs gone, 96 for 4. Maria into his 6th over. Nicked, gone, yes, the big wicket of Charlie Hutter-Hinds. Ego Maria, an inspired bowling change. Healthy noise all the way into the keeper's mitts. This one, good carry again. Perhaps a loose shot there, not quite there to drive. Papua New Guinea campaign might be on life support, but there is hope. Nakayama Cook, the new batter. Off the mark, first ball. There might even be a chat of two here. Mendop's against it. Mahuru there at deep third. A little bit of pressure now on this new look pair. Two relatively new batters at the crease. Kaisei, Kobayashi, Doggett. 10 balls into his innings. Dot ball starting to pile up again. Papua New Guinea slowly starting to work their way. Grab the upper hand here. 97 for 5, 27 overs gone. Borge again. Tightening things up again, Papua New Guinea. Building energy. If anything's gone up another 10 or 20% once more. Worked well into the leg side this time by Nakayama Cook. He'll keep wicket a little bit later today. Down the leg side, I would suspect the bowler was apoplectic, thinking that at least found maybe the leg stump, that ball going on to here. Good shout of one after the misfield by the bowler. .28 overs gone, 98 for 5. Mariah 7. Driven down the ground. Kobayashi Doggett moves to 6. Big Chiba Sharks presence here in Sano in the stands. Temporary stands put up here. Sunday, of course. Coming up to a stretch of public holidays here in the country as well. Freebie there for Japan. Nakayama Cook leaves alone. Wide signalled. Big shout on the front press. Always going to be tough for the left-hander to create the angle, although the length would have certainly brought him back into consideration. Naked Eye just suggesting that that's still pitched outside the leg stump. Side wide signal, an easy one that for the umpire. Straight to the man at mid-off, no run. 29 overs gone. Japan 103 for 5. Dot balls continuing to be soaked up here. Japan's pair, 19, 29 balls between them and just the 9 runs scored. Biding their time here against the off spin of Borge. 30 overs gone. No runs added off that over. 103 for 5. Man has done well to keep the pressure on himself. His left armour here, Hugo Morea, back in today. Over the top. That's just the spark that Japan was so desperate for. Kobayashi Togut makes the most of the chance over the 45 fielder. Smart batting this, knowing that the man was inside the circle. One of the smarter, well executed shots we've seen today. It's been a long time since a boundary's been scored as well. They take on the middle fielder, who fires wide of the 3 stumps to aim at. Wind's picked up here a little bit as well. The breeze coming right into us here at the building at the Sino International Cricket Ground. Slower ball. Banana Cook unable with it a little bit fuller to push into a gap. Almost 10 overs between that boundary and the last one. 20.3 was the last boundary before this. Yeah, they will take on the middle fielder again, who this time flies to the striker's end. And there's a gap of 9.4 overs in between boundaries. Pace off from Iga Morea. .31 overs gone. 109 for 5. Following Borge again. A chance to sweep down the leg side and wide of the 45 fielder. One picked up. Plain miss. Kobayashi dog it there. Given one in his area, able to execute. Surely a chance. There's a little bit of conjecture as to if that ball carried. The umpires will converge. Looks like they're confident, the fielders around Borge, that he did get his hands and fingers underneath the ball. Tough one for the man of the striker's end, and in the end it's been given out. The replay there. The umpire at the striker's end, a tough decision to call, but in consultation with his square leg equivalent, able to come to a decision. Timothy Moore, the new batter for Japan. Scarlett. Nakayama Cook at the other end, trying to salvage his innings. Easy one for the new batter. Chiba Shark and Timothy Moore. There is a big Chiba Shark contingency here, led by Chris Thurgate and others. .32 overs gone, 111 for 6. The brakes have been put on Japan. Maria, who's toiled at the Kurosawa Mountains end of the ground, has been given a break. Malapuka changing ends. Left arm orthodox, 2 right-handers of course, so enjoy working into his second spell. Still has 5 overs in the bank. Full toss, he might have just picked out mid-wicket fielder. Tight call with the run as well. Me. Little spark of action points here in this one as PNG fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in this competition. Oh, just wide of the short cover for a moment there. Looked as if it was going to loop right into the hands of him. And Ballgate bowling at the other end. The ball seemed to have followed him today as well. One thing we lamented on the broadcast today, the lack of a really close finish, and impression here, potential of one today. Timothy Moore has looked busy here at number 8. Enough of that mid-on fielder to add 1 to the total. 33 overs gone, 114 for 6. Go again. Tim Moore, solid in defence. 16 years of age still, Timothy Moore, so can go another cycle. 34 gone, 114 for 6. A reminder of what's at stake here at the tournament. Winner, of course, will gain entry to the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup next year in Zimbabwe and Namibia. Be a 6-year wait between Under-19 World Cup campaigns for Japan. PNG, meanwhile, we're at the 2022 edition in the West Indies. None of the three teams were represented at the last Under-19 Men's World Cup, of course, with New Zealand having to come back and go through regional qualification. Fabulous opportunity here for the winner to go on and represent their country on the greatest stage from an under-19 point of view. Saw Samoa compete at the Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup a few months ago in Malaysia. On the sweep and into the gap. You should pick up 2 here. Good chase from the PNG pair. And there's a slight mix-up between the two, which will lead the runners coming back for a third. Mixing up themselves on the relay. Big shocks already around the world in regional qualification. Namibia brought undone by Tanzania in Nigeria in Africa regional qualifying. Lach Bakrania's side going on to win the tournament. Afghanistan and Nepal were set to play on the final day, trying to decide the Asian winner, only for rain to intervene. Afghanistan were in the driver's seat and progressed. 35 overs gone, 117 for 6. Let us know where you're watching from on the JCA YouTube channel. Plenty going on in Japanese cricket this year. Futures League leading up to this tournament. JPL coming up next weekend. Men's international cricket, women's international cricket, women's JPL as well. Smorgasbord, all live and free here on the JCA YouTube channel. You can find Cricket Japan anywhere across the social media channels. Through some of the formats and competitions here. Boge again. Under 12, 15 and 19s leagues here in Japan. Japan Cups running today. In Sunday action around the country. Japan Cricket League, 40 over, 20 over and 10 over competitions, and of course the JPL. BBL stars of note coming out for that tournament as well. James Bazley, Josh Brown, Jack Wood, to name a few. It's on the men's side, and then women's JPL set to bring players across from overseas as well. Into the gap and wide of short cover, they'll pick up 1. Cricket Blast, under 12s, under 16s and 19s here in Japan on the women's side. The J Bash as well. WJCL and the women's JPL as well. Straight to 45, no run. Oh, that one biting into the surface and beating the right-hander. 36 overs gone, 119 for 6. Well taken single. Malapuka's 8th over. Big shout, but it's always going to be tough for left armour. Spinning the ball away from the right hander and around the wicket. Too many variables there. Over the top. A much needed boundary to take the pressure off a little bit. A big cheer in the Japanese camp. They know need just some momentum and impetus and a key moment or two to work their way back into this first innings. And it's the youngster, Timothy Moore, moving to 8. He's a player of real promise, of course. Just one of the younger members of the squad coming in at number 8, with number 8 on his back as well. Chance to sweep again and unable to beat the man. 45. 37 overs gone. 125 for 6. Still aspirations of 200 plus for Japan if we were to hit a ballpark figure. Bolgo to finish off. He's been outstanding today, backing up the work of the other two spinners, asking questions of his own and enjoying 2 wickets too. Moving well off his own bowling. There was a caught and bowled, of course, in that. Too short, but dies on Nakayama Cook a little bit there. It's almost a double appeal from the fielders around. Again, a judge not out. this time beating the outside edge of the bat. .38 overs gone, 125 for 6. Pleasure to be joining you here in Sano. Daniel Beswick on the call. The Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel, under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup qualifying action. One team here will be at the under 19 Cricket World Cup. Chance for future stars to shine. 16-team tournament, as we know, on both the men's and women's side. The women's format T20 for the World Cup. Men's, as we've seen here, 50 overs. There's some talk of it going to 20 overs down the line. Tim Moore shown what he is capable of here at number 8. Rebuilding Japan's innings in tough conditions, coming out to face some pretty decent spin bowling in the form of 3 PNG spinners. Down the leg side this time, but again, and then at 45 is well positioned. It's David Taraka Mala. He's got a couple of overs in the kitty to bowl himself at the death, perhaps. Fascinating contest this. We've seen that spin has been almightily effective, slowing the pace, taking the pace off the ball, but favourable conditions as well. Oh, this one's almost been hit backwards behind the keeper. They'll get 2. It's wrapped all the way around there. .39 overs gone. Drinks have been called out onto the ground. We'll take a quick break here. 128 for 6. And a fascinating last hour or so of this innings as Japan look to post a defendable total here at the home of their cricket, the Sano International Cricket Ground in the Tojiki Prefecture. Join us after a brief break in play. Fascinating final 11 overs in front of us here in Sano. Japan 128 for 6, probably that magic number of around 200 or so. David Tarakamala back into the attack. Could potentially bowl out. Play miss to begin final little mini session. Half volley, but straight to the short wide mid off. On the up, but wide. The two infielders that look at each other. Full toss, but a little tucked up there was Tim Moore. Just the one, well and truly under the waist, so no question of waist high no ball there either. Again, that 45 fielder has been put to the test today. 40 overs gone, 31 for 6. Overs 31 to 40, just the 28 added. Let's see. Looks to be the return of Vargivani. Just 2 overs left in the kitty for him. And he's gone! He's forced the mistake of Tim Moore, who's outstretched and out of his ground. The decision to bring back Varney with immediate reward. 7 overs remaining here in Sano. Rua Dakana back into bowl. First over of his spell today. Death over specialist. Let's go on Nakayama Cook here, fighting for Japan. Looking to scratch out every single possible run, and he'll pick up at least 2 here. In fact, it'll be 4. It's an excellent shot. Used all the pace of Dakana to great effect. Apologies, Ryuki Ozeki there on that occasion. Noted as a batter for his club side, just with the batting strength all the way down. Finds himself a little bit further down. Pick off another single as well. Cook unable to beat, following through Roy Dakana. Again, curious moment this. Gabba Franken, PNG opting for a new bowler in this situation, having gone cold for the best part of the entire innings. Wide of that short cover fielder. David Tarakamala still with 4 overs to bowl, 1 for 30 in his 6. Ika Moreira's got 2 left as well. 2 noises. Dakana, the only man appealing off his own bowling. Dot ball finish, 151 for 7, 44 overs gone. Dug out by Ryoki Ozeki. Japan were to defend this target, whatever it said, a lot of credit would need to go to Skylar Nakayama-Cook here for a fighting effort with the bat here, churning out important runs. Ryoki Ozeki, meanwhile, finds a gap in the field and will pick up at least two. He's shown a real aptitude with the bat down the order here thus far. Vital runs for Japan. Not get quite to 200, but as we saw yesterday, Papua New Guinea unable to chase down 186. Feeling they would have learnt some lessons of that day, though. Vital that the top five for Papua New Guinea all contribute with runs. Looks like he digs out a Yorker length delivery there. Murray's been good today, back into the team, finishing his ninth over, just 32 against his name with the one wicket that he's taken. 47 overs gone. 162 for 7. Plenty of intrigue in this final 3 overs of the innings here in Sano. Being deployed as the death over specialist with the ball. Roll with the Kana Jr. Get one. I believe it'll be a leg by. We'll await the signal. And it is. Used 6 bowlers yesterday. Sorry, used 8 bowlers yesterday. Papua New Guinea, 6 today. Kana Jr. being deployed late here. Pushed into Geelong on for one again. Ryoki Ozeki to 11. Great opportunity for these two. Some time in the middle as well. Big full toss. Tried to muscle that in between the long off and long on fielders, but this time and again just underneath the waist. Just looking at the square-leg umpire who remains unmoved. Short, but died a little bit on the batter there on that occasion. First sign of the wicket today, maybe slowing up a tad. It's the second match we've had on this particular surface as well. And plenty of traffic on it yesterday with the game going on. Left alone as well, given a wide. Well outside the off stump. You mentioned nice little pocket of support for Japan, or pockets of support for Japan in the stands and in the tea room here. A couple travelling as well from Papua New Guinea to be here. Support members, and Fiji well travelled as well. 2 noises. All down the leg side as well, so no shout from the bowler. parallels to the first innings of play yesterday in Fiji. Zaki down the ground for one again. 48 overs gone. 167 for 7. Murray around the wicket. Inside out goes Ozeki. It's a good shot. I'll pick up at least 2. Again, lovely front foot punch down the ground. Swipe from Skylar Nakayama Cook, but straight back at the bowler. Swatted into the leg side. The one again, man out there. Reaching the end of Niga Murray's spell. He's been good since coming into the team today. Side edge. Should be at least a consideration of 2, and they will pick up a second. Good running from Ozeki. Final ball of the penultimate over. Down the ground. Another valuable run to the total. 174 for 7. 6 balls remaining in the innings. Rahul Dakana will finish off, having handed his hat to the umpire. final over here in Sano. Down the leg side. Dakana appealing for that one. Dakana Jr. Plenty of potential in this young man, of course, with great pedigree as well. His father, an international himself. Dug out. Quick single taken. Looking for overthrows, but Gabba Frank, no, it's to the lights. Borgate there at cover, preventing the overthrow. Backing up every single ball at length here now. One striker for Japan. They attempt to churn out every possible run. Into the leg side again, Nakayama Cook. Really important innings this. Vital innings. A team that the top 5 is strong and it might be a quote-unquote dipping quality afterwards. There's some vital runs being added by men further down. And struck again by Ozeki. 2 balls remaining. 7-7 is the score that they made in the 35 over game. Match day 1. Scoop attempt. No avail. Appreciate the creativity, but execution, not quite of note. There's one more time. This should be given a wide, and it will be. So the final ball of the innings will have to be re-bowled. Zeki was ready backing up at the other end, but no chance of a single, of an extra run to be added. Plain miss. Mix up. They might be able to add one more run. They do with a little fumble from Dakana Jr. An eventful end to the innings. On that occasion, 1 added to the total. After all that, 179 for 7. The magic number, 180 for Papua New Guinea to chase down. An innings of real ebbs and flows. Japan, for the most part, on top, but they were pulled back by some excellent partnership bowling, particularly by the 2 frontline spinners. Aluan Borgate certainly contributed in his own right as well. Rua Dakana, the death bowler there, keeping himself to inside 6 and over. And it sets up an intriguing afternoon of cricket here. Papua New Guinea, of course, need to win to keep their hopes alive. They probably need to win and chase down with a little time left in the bank just to give themselves a nice little net run rate boost. But from that perspective, Japan would be the happier side. And a great little partnership at the end, as you can see on the scorecard there. Skylar Nakayama Cook, level second top scorer with Charlie Hara-Hins, and Ryuki Ozeki punching out an important 20 in the context, not only in this match, but also in this competition. Nikhil Pol making 40, the captain at the top of the order, before he was beaten by a clever piece of bowling from PNG spin bowling spearhead. Palmer struggled to get going a little bit today at the top. Look at the bowling card. Iga Murray back into the team today, 1 for 39. Bowled at different phases of the game with decent effect. Taraka Mala, 1 for 30 off his 6. And then as you see there, Agivani, just like he did in the first match against Japan, took 3 for 27, 3 wickets today as well. Malapuka a little bit expensive, but did tie things down well in decent patches, was put out in tough spots. And then Alan Borgate just going for 16 off his 10 overs, a much improved performance with the ball from yesterday. And then as you can see there, Raul Takana Jr. deployed at the back end, the 6th bowler. Beautiful look at the Kurosawa Mountains in the backdrop here in Sano. Magic number 180 for PNG to keep their tournament hopes alive here at the home of cricket in Japan, the Sano International Cricket Ground. That is the position that we're in. 180 required for the Garamuts here in Japan. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about half an hour or so for the second innings as PNG set about their reply. Win for Japan wouldn't confirm their qualification, but it would go a long way towards us. Join myself, Daniel Beswick, and the team here at the JCA. The second innings here. Super Sunday in Sano. A sunny Super Sunday indeed. We'll be ready with all that action for you in just under half an hour's time. Join us then. Players and umpires back on the ground here at the Sano International Cricket Ground for the second innings afternoon session. Day 4 of the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier Division 1. Japan taking on Papua New Guinea. There is the equation in front of you. PNG require 180 from their 50 overs in a desperate bid to keep their qualification hopes alive. Daniel Beswick in for you at the JCA YouTube channel here in Sano, the home of Japanese cricket. As we've been accustomed to seeing here at the tournament, Kai Wall take the new ball here for Japan. More than likely being joined by fellow left arm quick Kazuma Kato Stafford. On the road to defending 180. There's a few parallels here between this match and the reverse fixture between the teams on match day 1, albeit with that match being a 35 over a side game. This one, the full 50 over allotment still. Daimahuru to face up. And off the mark, first ball down to the third man fielder. Slight change in the batting order for Papua New Guinea here in the second innings. Captain Gabba Frank moving himself up to open the batting alongside Mahuru. Daunty Tom, the man who's opened the batting for them thus far in the tournament, listed at number 4. Frank Namier back in the team at number 3. They've tried to stack the lineup with an extra batter today at the expense of losing one of the quicks, 2 of the quicks. Well down the leg side. Well pushed through by Kai Wall, but just losing his radar. Japanese fielding group up and about here after a good lunch here on Sunday. Sad to report that Chino has kept the brunt of some of the food as well. Food truck, subcontinent style food truck came out here at lunch and provided a smorgasbord of food for everyone here. Plenty of energy around as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Big full toss through the gap, 4 runs surely. Yes, it will go all the way. Important boundary early to try and assert some dominance here for Papua New Guinea, and it comes through the captain, Gabba Frank. Take a look at the replay. A bit of swing, but well and truly off the thigh, roughly, of the skipper. Not going to pass up that opportunity. Even just moved the bat out of the way at the last minute. Down to third man, just the one. Final ball at dots, 7 for no loss. Welcome into the afternoon session. If you've just joined us, Japan winning the toss, electing to bat here in Sano. Putting up 179 in their 50 over allotment. Came back of nice rear guard action at the back end of the innings just to make sure that they posted a defendable score. Here's Kazuma Kato Stafford. Yorker length. Start from Young Quick. '22 under-19 internationals, or 22nd today for Kazuma Kato Stafford. It's the most for the Japan under-19s international. Struck on the pad, long deliberation, but in the end turned down. Just sliding down the side. Side, but straight to the man at mid wicket. Sporting number 19, Kosei Kobayashi Doggett. Great shot into the leg side. There is a man out there that should just keep this to 2. The most comfortable Gabba Franks looked with bat in hand so far at the tournament. Told us before the tournament started that the play that he looked up to, Barramundis with Sese Bao. You can see a lot of similarities between him, also a little bit of CJ Amini in him as well. Not quite there, looking to play the same shot on that occasion to no avail. Issue for Papua New Guinea hasn't been against the quicks as we've seen at this tournament. It's been when the pace has been taken off the ball. Line square on the offside, but the man gets across well to cut the ball off and keep it inside the infield. End of the second over, 9 for no loss. Plenty of intrigue, not only at the ground, a nice little crowd building up here with some local fans. There's also some club cricket going on around the country today as well. Japan Cup action, some women's action going on. Japan Cricket app has all the live scores there for you. And also plenty of intrigue on the stream. Let us know where you're watching from. Make of Gad coming up. Here's Wall again. Daimahuru happy to defend the first ball of the over. Talked about pedigree, of course, in the last match with Rua Takana Jr. bowling at the death. Daimahuru, the son of another senior Papua New Guinea international. Straight to the man at point. It's Ryuki Ozeki. Played a nice little cameo at the back end of Japan's innings. They did scratch around and put together a defendable score off the back of some good work by some of the younger players in the group. Skylar Nakayama Cook, a really important 30 off 62 balls, remained unbeaten. leading edge, wide over the man at short cover, and Ruki Ozeki with 20 not out to his name off 36 balls. It was actually the highest partnership of the innings, as it turned out. Beaten stand of 48. Timothy Moore helped along there with a score in double figures. Vital runs there. Nikhil Pol making 40 at the top. Charlie Harahin's another score. Big shout! Big shout! Japanese fielders converged, all appealing and asking the same question of the umpire, who stood firm. Big gap found there by Mahuru. They'll get 2. And then they might actually pick up a 3rd. No, the misfield is not punished. Off his hip again, but straight to the 45, no run. So lucky on the Cook, cleans up well with the gloves on that occasion with a throw in to the keeper's end. 1 for no loss, 3 overs gone. His reply of 180. Zumakato Stafford charging in again. Struck well. Straight to Gabby Harahin's at mid-off. Power play 1, of course, first 10 overs of the innings. 2 men permitted outside the inner ring. And the wide, deep 3rd man. And square leg, slip in place as well for the left armour against his opposite southpaw. Again, finding the fielder. And Frank with 2 opportunities, 2 over pitch deliveries, unable to make the most of the chance. Good comeback from Arthur Stafford. Pick up at least 1. Turn into 2. Good piece of running, even with Charlie Harahin's running in. lifted. Spectacular batting from the skipper. It's an impressive shot this. Let's take a look at the replay. It's taken this off stump. Hit it into mid-wicket. It's a fine shot. Four overs gone, 19 for no loss. Real exclamation point added there from Gabba Frank. See spin already deployed, 4 overs in. Not a huge shock, it must be said, given the effectiveness of spin here. Hugo Tiny Kelly on from the Kurosawa Mountains range end. Left alone. Biggest test of the inning so far for the PNG opening pair. Shown not quite the same aptitude against the slower bowling as they have against the quicks. Six previous over, a little bit wind assisted, wind sort of coming towards us here, towards the tea room. What a shot it was though. Look at square of the wicket. The short cover. Race through the 5th over. Tiny Kelly's first over is a maiden. The score remains 19 for no loss. Comparison at the end of the first power play, Japan were 37 for 1. Cuttle Stafford again against the captain. Probably looked in the best touch in terms of his campaign thus far. Gabba Frank scores at 12, 24. That was against Japan, and then Mohammed struggled to get going against Fiji with the pace taken right off. And the chance to open the batting here today against some of the quicker bowling. Shout from behind the stumps, but no support around the fielding group, including the bowler. The line and length that Stafford wants to hit almost every ball. I mentioned Stafford has been across multiple under-19 World Cup qualification campaigns. Even over 20 wickets at under-19 international level as well. Kept to 1. Spoon, a bit short of the man at point. Stafford's third over, he's gone for 11. 20 for no loss, 6 overs gone. Tani Kelly coming out. Charlie Hunter-Hinds in. Seem to see the left armour this time against two left-handed bats. Reverse! No good. Straight through him like a dodgy Vindaloo. The shot choice will come into question, it must be said. Hunter-Hinds firing into the stumps. Questions will be raised. With Frank feeling the need to go the reverse. One fired in past scrap pad and missing everything but the stumps. Frank Namie, the new batter, coming in today. Right-hander, through the left arm orthodox. And close on the offside in for Hunter-Hinds. I think 2 noises. No, I thought it might have been an edge onto pad and then carrying to slip. Japan fielders can't believe that finger hasn't gone up. Let's see what happened on that occasion. Shake of the head from Charlie Hart-Hins. You like that for Frank Nemec. Just to get that one past the bowler following through. Into the over 7th in Sino. 21 for 1. Clock's just ticked to 2 o'clock local time here in Sino. Change of ends for Tani Kelly now. You're just seeing the sort of wind actually moving other direction, drift away and spin back in. Sign of this wicket starting to slow up now. A little puff of dust off the surface. Time for the batter to reset there. A little bit of noise around as the bowler was running in. Short leg in place for Hugo Tani Kelly. Gabby Hart-Hins in there. He's been the silly fielder specialist so far for Japan in the campaign, and they've deployed one. This end makes a lot more sense for Tani Kelly, who has swapped ends. Frank Nemec has been given very little opportunity to fill his boots with runs so far. Opportunity there, but straight to the short cover. A little crowd catch, but the group around watching on. Big Chiba representation here in the stands to our right at mid-wicket. And the appeal's gone up again. Keeper is convinced there was a tickle as well. The most important man disagrees. The man officiating at the non-striker's end. 21 for 1, 8 overs gone in Sun. With big task now on his shoulders, as well as partner Neme and another man listed at number 4, Dauncey Tom as well. Kept the short leg in place. Oh, just short of the man following through in his run up. Oh, on the up again, but well timed by Daimahuru, who will beat mid off to the rope for 4. That ends the 9th over. Papua New Guinea 25 for 1. Just the one over left in the power play. Japan have the power play one at 37 for 1. Money, Tani Kelly. First ball of his 3rd over. 13 dot balls on the trot now. Clear tactic to potentially see off the troublesome finger spin. Opportunity there. Short and down the leg side, and Neme's not going to pass it up. 4 runs, an important boundary for Papua New Guinea. First bad ball that from Tani Kelly in his spell. Attempted. Attempted, wide given. Oh, this is close. Might have just trickled down the leg side. A long way back in his crease, Frank Nemeth. Lost his length a little bit here, Hugo Tani Kelly. Leg side again, short leg, up and about every ball. He was in the game, Gabby Harahins. Straight to the man at backward square leg. Hugo Tani Kelly dropping short, but getting away with it that time. 30 for 1, power play 1 done. looking to sweep into the leg side. Puff of dust there. It's played pretty solidly over the 2 days it's held its cricket. Confirmed as to which wicket we're going to play the last 2 days on. Inside, and actually well blocked by Gabby Hutterhins at short leg. He's up and about, pumped. Taking one for the team there. A little bit masochistic, but gets the job done. On the up, just short of Nikhil Pole at mid-off. A little bit of noise around. Short cover fielder. Keeps that one in his reach. 31 for 1. 11 overs gone in Sano. This match vital on the road to the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup early next year. Of course, the winner of this tournament with the automatic pass to Zimbabwe and Namibia. Japan can go one step closer to the victory here. Not quite assured, but 1 foot in the door. PNG hanging on by dear life now in this campaign. See Hugo Tony Kelly around the wicket to the left-hander. A bit more success having changed ends. Fielders around the bat, up and about every ball. And speaking of up and about and around, I'm sure is the man sitting beside me. Bring in a moment. Goes through this over. Tony Kelly in again. Sliding down the leg side. Alan Kerr, welcome in.
Hello, Daniel. How are you?
I'm going all right, but my lunch break was soured a little bit.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, there's a big kebab sauce stain on my shorts. So
An inconvenient place on your trousers.
and there it's gone.
Look at them. Thank goodness I came at the right time.
Hugo Tony Kelly matching up against the left-hander Dai Mahuru. All at sea, and just like his captain a few overs ago, his stumps have been made a mess of, and Japan with another blow on the way to at least attempting to keep their record of this tournament unblemished.
Spin to win, isn't it, Daniel?
Certainly is. See the replay. And just straightening up. Not a whole lot of turn on that occasion, but the natural variation these finger spinners have produced has been almightily effective across the tournament, but with a focus on the hosts here who have, as we've said, barely put a foot wrong in this campaign.
I don't think we can put anything down to gremlins in the pitch today, can we, Daniel? It's been a case of accurate spin bowling and not giving it all away, and as you said, just natural variation and a bit of guile from the Japanese spinners, particularly, is probably the difference between them and some of the other teams.
I think that's come off the pad. Big appeal for a catch at first slip. And it's a tough initiation. This is for Daunty Tom, who's been slid down the order to number 4 today. Probably the, on paper at least, the number 1 Papua New Guinea batter, I should say. It's been held on to this time though. Daunty Tom gone, second ball.
Plenty of noise out there.
Japan not missing out on a single opportunity now. Take a look at the replay. Big juicy edge on the second attempt, held on to.
Another difference between the sides, isn't it? Daniel, we saw a few catches go, a few chances go begging, we'll say, in the first innings, particularly in the slips. And whilst Nihal Palmer, I think, made that look a bit trickier than it was straight to him. But the chance is taken. Yeah, Japan are up and about again, aren't they?
3 for 31, and Papua New Guinea in a world of hurt now. Arguably their best batter, trudging off without a run to his name, moved down to number 4, proving ineffective. Looks like we've got Rahul Dakana Jr. coming in at number 5. Big, tall cut of a man. If there was any pressure on before, then we ramped up much further. Still just 17 years of age. And wicket again, Hugo Tani Kelly. Oh, is he nicked it as well? Surely, yes, it's been given. Hugo Tani Kelly picks up 3 and 4 balls. And at the end, or the start of next over, he'll be on a hat-trick.
My arrival, Daniel, it seems to have turned things. I'm taking all the cred.
Alan Kerr on the case and to put in a shift for an early day.
Tell you what, I feel for the scorers in these situations, especially when there's the spinners on. Wickets tumbling, balls coming in quick succession. Panic in the scorer's tent, I'm sure. Poor Todd Luckhurst on the scoreboard. He'll be up and down like a jackrabbit.
He's been a jack of all trades today, who joined us earlier in the morning here.
Yeah, normally when I see Todd with a microphone in front of him, it's because he's singing a song.
I've been told by a few people around the traps that a bit of a karaoke sensei.
Voice of an angel.
1 for 4. There's talk of another short cover in. End of the over, so it means that Tani Kelly will be on a hat-trick at the start of next over. The change of ends for him has proved effective. Showing how the Hins looking to get in the act. The spin has been once again Papua New Guinea's undoing.
How do you approach things from here, Daniel, if you're the Papua New Guinea batting side? What's the approach? You've got to try and get these runs to stay alive in the comp, but having lost 3 for nothing, there's got to be a rebuild as well.
It's a little question here for the Garamooks, isn't it? I mean, we've got to get through these 2, but there's only more spin coming in after them as well. As if there's a whole lot of respite. I think that one was an attempted leg break there from Harry Hins. Full toss, but it wasn't pounced upon. You are still going to get enough bad balls here to put chances away, and you've still got the best part of 38 overs here to even need or only make another under 150 now. Makes you wonder, going back to that reverse sweep that Gubba Frank tried to play, the first wicket that fell, it's only been a procession of wickets since then. I'm sure if he had his time back, he'd be playing a different shot. I know reverse sweep, a ball, shot, I should say, that the youngsters of today, you don't want to sound like too much of a boom when you talk about the reverse sweep, but there's also context needed to play the reverse sweep, and with the ball attacking the stumps, the bowler attacking the stumps. A lot of risk involved. Stacked offside field this. Brick wall of Japan in there between short cover and backward point.
Yeah, you don't want to be too critical of a batter and the shots they play, particularly at under 19 level, but as the captain, facing arguably the best bowler in the competition, Charlie Harahins has played senior cricket for more than a year already. Second ball of his spell, the captain who knows that he's the leader, he's the one trying to set the tone. There's plenty of overs. Still 45 overs to go. I felt that was perhaps a touch rash. Maybe a case of just trying to get on top early, but either way, it didn't work out for him. Lost his stumps. Ended up back in the shed. But yeah, shot selection is such a key part of playing spin, and in these longer formats, 50 overs, you have got time.
Hat-trick ball for Hugo Tani Kelly. They'll go up and shout anyway. The appeal will be futile though, well down the leg side.
Not lost on the crowd in the stands.
No.
Sharkies are making plenty of noise. Ash Thurgate's really warming up now on the vocals.
Pick up one ball just behind the backward point fielder. This is the thing now, when you're having to go into your shell as a batter, sometimes because you're in a defensive mindset, maybe let's call it a negative mindset, sometimes those easy singles you almost forget to pick up because it's a case of survival rather than attacking.
We actually did a piece on this yesterday with the Japan under-19 team and wider squad as well, talking about mindset and trying to stay present, trying to stay in the moment and not get into what they call catastrophic thinking. Can't lose another wicket now, can't lose another wicket now. And what happens? More often than not, you end up losing another wicket. That whole tentative nature of trying not to do something, and what happens is exactly the thing you're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
So
The brain doesn't process negatives, does it?
Yeah, trying to stay in the present, just focusing on what's happening. Play the ball in front of you, not the one that's already gone.
Oh, for a moment I thought Gabby Harahins was interested. The specialist short leg fielder, it feels like during this tournament when the spinners have come on and the screws have been tightened, pressure is mounted. It's a little bit closer in front square now, fielder. Down the track, there is a man out there that'll fall well and truly short of him. Chip into the leg side. It's a well-run two in the end. That's the thing about PNG's batting, maybe more so with the more recognised partnerships in the team. They run between the wickets expertly well, and that might just be one passage for them as they look to find the light at the end of the tunnel. But when there are such few gaps to exploit and the field is in, even outside the first power play, things are tough. 14 overs gone, 35 before. Just had the two fielders outside the inner ring. And of course they've committed 4, but got a team under your foot like you do now. There's no need to send the players back outside the inner ring.
No, I like that. It's aggressive captaincy. When the spinner's on, of course, you want a couple of guys out, and we just saw Papua New Guinea there. They're not going to put all the big shots away. They're going to try and take some chances, but I think that pressure of having guys in close in your eye line as the batter, it just feeds into that mindset thing we were just talking about.
single. Yeah, I might even turn this into two. It's almost a two inside the inner ring. That shows you how quick Frank Nemi is in between the wickets. The potential and ability in this PNG team. We haven't had a chance to see it at full form. But Frank six at the start of the innings was an impeccable shot.
I was fearing for the spectators in the star tent.
Yeah.
They have with a couple of Japanese commentators down there giving them the run through, so hopefully they were making sure people were looking in the right direction.
Yeah, plenty of initiatives going on here, Alan. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, you're right. There's star tents there. There was a bit of backyard cricket going on in the corner here on the Sunday. The food truck is in.
Not to mention to our right, Daniel. I don't know if you spotted those guys. There's a yoga class going on.
Oh, the dream.
Don't see that at every cricket ground, do you? I mean, again, I do worry when they're standing at, or they're lying at cow corner with their downward dog position or whatever it is, clocking one on the back of the head, but I think now Shimamura is down there, perhaps he'll raise the alarm.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. I maybe get a chance to get the cameras to pan over to that at some point in the day. No class up the cricketer. Someone who is in need of fixing up his flexibility. You got me, colour me intrigued. Huh?
You're going to leave me here on my own, Daniel. Go down and join the class.
I've got to say, I almost summoned you up here at the end of the first innings as we approached the 3 and 3.5 hour mark. I needed maybe a nature break, but just sort of put my mind to work and got through it okay. Bowled in. That is a quality delivery. A quicker one from Charlie Hunter-Hinds. Takes the top of off. Almost unplayable.
Sorry, no, that tentative prod again, isn't it? Not quite committing to defending or attacking. And the quality of the bowler. Too good.
That's genuinely world-class bowling at this level from Charlie Hunter-Hinds, and if they were to go to the next level, and that is the type of bowling that will challenge anyone around the world at this age group level.
Interesting you say that, Daniel. I was actually going to drop this question to you towards the drinks break, which may be coming up in the next few overs. Your first time in Japan, you know, in terms of what you've seen, what you've experienced, has it sort of matched or exceeded expectations off the field, but also from what you're seeing on the field? Same question. Is it living up to what you expected?
Yeah, the plans are definitely in place off the field, in that while, you know, as an associate member, Japan, like many others, don't have a huge number of hands, but the flexibility and the versatility of sort of everyone around the group has made it such, the sum is greater than the individual parts, I feel, especially with all the activations that have gone on throughout this tournament. Ended the over with that wicket as well, so a new batter with the non-striker's end, Salomon Boge. As for on the field, I think there's just a lot of good coming through in terms of the fundamentals of the game. Short out to long on. We know there's a pretty diverse range of locations and hotbeds of cricket where Japan's players have developed their own individual games, but it's come together at a pretty decent level. And I think too, the one thing that I'd like to add, especially, and as it was highlighted in the first innings here, is that the younger guys in the group, given a bit of extra responsibility at the back end of the innings today, were able to put together a couple of really key partnerships, and partnerships of substance to ensure that a defendable total was scored, and it only bodes well, that experience down the leg side. This will be signals are wide, and talking to yourself and talking to the senior men's coach Dougal Bedingfield, Kendall Karawaki Fleming, the senior men's captain who's part of the staff, his team, and Reo Sakurano Thomas, the inkling is that this squad is stronger than the one that competed in the World Cup 5 years ago. In the ground, just
But
the one.
I think what we saw today, particularly with Skylar Nakayama-Cook and Ryuki Ozeki in that partnership at the end, yeah, I couldn't be prouder of those two boys, because we were actually in a bit of strife at 130 for 7, something like that, and you could easily have seen that the innings taper away really quickly, and not even batting 40 overs, let alone 50, and yet the way those boys dug in, and just...
Oh, this is a chance for Pole running back. Not quite.
Just
Man,
unreached.
maybe had he been fully fit, Nikhil Pole, just seeing, yeah, struggling maybe with his hamstring again. Fully fit Nikhil Pole probably gets there and stretches out to try and catch that. Clearly impeded by that hamstring
You
again.
might be inclined to get him off the field by the looks of that.
Get back to that point you're making a moment, Alan, as well. And reaching there, Alan. Borge, who would take the captaincy reins should Nikhil Pole walk off? Kazuma? Or
I believe Kazuma is the named vice captain. We do have a bit of a leadership group. Kazuma, Nihar and Charlie are the 4 who've sort of taken on that responsibility in this group. The reality is you would expect Charlie's very well placed to take a leadership role for the next cycle, because he's still going to be eligible for that.
yeah, Nikhil Pole at the end of the over, 16 overs gone, 45 for 5, and I think Nikhil's actually going to walk off the field, so have a replacement fielder coming on.
I suspect that'll be Max Yonikawa-Lin, probably.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at his number. Yeah, having a chat to the umpire there, showing who's gone on the field. And yeah, that's not the greatest of signs for Nikhil Pole. We know it's impeded him for a number of weeks. He didn't play in that Singapore tour. He was there as a touring member, wasn't he? But
Yeah, the injury was
the
done.
experience.
Injury was done after the flights were all booked and everything sorted. Literally done 5 days before they flew. So we actually sent him, should thank one of our partners, Club 360 in Tokyo, who are a gym down there. They took care of him. We diagnosed him pretty quickly and gave him some treatments and gave him some exercises to try and get him right for this tournament. But he was always going to be up against the clock. He's got exams next week too.
Ooh.
Poor fella. He's not going to be here on the final day of the tournament. Unfortunately, Japan have a bye that day.
Leg side. Just await the call from the umpire here as if this is runs or leg byes. It'll be 2 to the total either way. Leg byes given. It's roughing. That's another thing to consider as well when you've got, let's call them student athletes for a lack of a better term, you know, kids still at school and trying to play elite cricket while juggling their studies and maybe part-time jobs as well for some of them too. It's a difficult, you know, prospect to do all that. But as I've just, you know, noticed today in the tea room, a couple of guys with their heads in books as well, you know, while they're over here playing some cricket. Through the gap. This should be at least 2. It'll be a tough chase that for the 2 men converging. And they do well. He should really run a 3rd here, but the striker has switched off. Givani there, probably 1 to the fielding side.
It's a real challenge, Daniel. You know, we kind of have to accept, not just in under-19s cricket, actually, it's in almost across all of our teams. It's just an associate-wide problem, I'm sure, of getting your best team on the field, because Nikhil Pole has missed 2 Asia Cups and the ACC Premier Cup due to school. So this is the first tournament he's played since Darwin 2 years ago. And here he is playing compromise under injury. It's frustrating. We haven't really seen the best of him because he is, you know, such a talent and such an important player for our side. You know, we've got our women's team have a tournament here in May, but
it's been given. I thought for a moment it might be a little high. Yeah, and the umpire deeming that to go on to hit the top of the stumps. PNG 6 down for 49. Certainly close. He didn't get a terrible long way forward, did he?
Yeah, without wanting to give away too many of our secrets, going back to what I was saying, you know, our women's team are not going to be at 100% full strength because of players unable to get away from studies and work, and likewise, you know, the men's team, it's challenging with so much cricket being played. You know, we've got the tri-series with the Cook Islands and Thailand coming up, and then 2 extra games against the Cooks. And, you know, the advantage of a home series is that you can rotate players and give other guys a go, but you also want to win every T20I you play. So, yeah, that is a big challenge. Get up those rankings, but I think we're lucky at the moment with the under-19s. We have a bit of depth, and as you said, you know, comparing the tide to 6 years ago, the depth probably is greater. You know, we had to disappoint a load of guys who were leaving them out, and that wasn't something we had to worry about really 6 years ago. It was sort of, right, we kind of know who our best 11 are, and we'll find the next 3. Whereas this time around, yeah, there's some really tough calls on selection, and you know, it's credit to the depth that we have that a guy like Nikhil, you know, he can play half fit, he can still contribute, but it doesn't really damage us.
17 overs gone, 49 for 6. Top ball to finish that over. Charlie Hutter-Hins, 3 wickets on top of the 5 that he picked up the other day. Has been spin to win here in Sano. A combination of a couple of things. I mean, I think it's more just down to the fact that the teams here, especially Fiji and Papua New Guinea, are 2 teams that sweat on that pace a little bit more. Not quite as much experience against spin bowling, and Fiji on the slower surfaces, having played so much of their cricket on synthetic wickets.
Oh, geez, Daniel. That's an awful lot of Daniel Bedwick I just saw exposed as the jumper came off.
Yeah, didn't follow tucking the shirt in on that one. We're all friends here. East Asia Pacific, you know what it's like. It
gets a bit sweltery in some of those other countries,
yeah,
isn't it?
It does. Being a bit of an outfit repeater with the jumpers, I didn't pack enough warmer clothes, thinking that temperatures might come up a little bit in the course of this tournament and into the JPL next weekend too.
It's funny you mentioned that. I've actually just had a question from one of our listeners around pitches and the amount of cricket that we've got on. So you mentioned JPL coming next week, at the Futures League last week. This is the second strip we're using this week, or this tournament, and I know there's
signal to the
line down the leg side. There's a conversation coming up tonight about what pitch we're going to be using for the next couple of days. I know that our groundsmen are divided. They do not stand united on which strip to use.
It's not a good start.
So we'll see who wins that one. But there is work being done on the strip closest to the synthetic. But with a square of 9 pitches, you know, we're lucky to be able to pick and choose a little bit. Certainly there is a bit of a question of balance, but the JPL strip, I think it looks like this one and the one we used the other day are probably still the best 2.
Yeah.
But and I think with a few more days watering and rolling, they should come up pretty well for the JPL. But then there is a break for a couple of weeks. The girls' stuff being played in May will mostly be on synthetic before the WJPL and the Women's International Series reverts to the turf. So plenty of cricket happening, and the turf pitch is getting a serious workout, but that's why we're lucky to have the people around that we do.
51 for 6, 18 overs gone. Shout out to the women's group as well. We saw them take part in the T20 World Cup qualifier in Vanuatu, just mixing up my years now. Is that last year or the year before? 2023.
2023, yep, every 2 years.
Time
Got another one this year.
Yeah, this one coming up on the women's side in Fiji. Talk of 8 teams of that tournament this year, which is great for the region. It was a 17 tournament 2 years ago. Japan smack bang in the middle in memory, but they were sort of, I remember having this conversation with you. They were probably closer to the top 3 than the bottom 3 in that
we
particular
felt in
tournament.
that tournament, yes. Although I do think that Samoa were perhaps a bit under strength, suffering from the exact problem that we were just discussing of not being able to get their best team out on the field. And when they do, they're a force. They've knocked over Vanuatu a couple of times, I think, in the last 6-8 months.
Gabby Hattahin's on now. Nice leg spin.
Yeah, I'm pleased about this. You know,
Should
youngster.
be 2 here.
He's been picked. You may as well have a look at him. Nihal Palmer not called upon just yet, but at 51 for 6, I think it's a good opportunity to have a look at the young leg spinner. Replacing his brother at the Kurosawa end.
Tell where Gabby Hattahins has learnt his leg spin from. Quite clear in the run-up. Very Mitch Swepson-esque. Oh, full toss.
Don't bowl those. Got away with that.
Had the chance to put that almost anywhere. In the end, failed to muscle that and fielded by mid-off for just the 1.
You mentioned my colleague, Dougal Benningfield, a moment ago, Daniel, and I was talking to him during the first innings, and you'll recall that Gabby's brother Charlie, second ball, got a full toss and just put it into the stands for 6, and a lot of that is just mindset, isn't it? And you look at the PNG guys now, and they're 51 for 6. You know, does he think that if he gets a juicy full toss, you know, maybe he's not allowed to swing as hard as he can in case he gets out that way and it looks bad, but sometimes when the ball's there to be hit, you just got to hit it, haven't you? Just allowing Gabby Hattahins to build into his over, get those nerves out of the way.
Testing the waters wide outside the off stump, but no live signal. No real protection outside of the man at backward point, so late cut there. Will be a run earner for Forgate. I would have been tempted to play the same shot there, only shouldering arms though. What we talked about before, the sort of mindset and the position you're at when you're 54 for 6 and tough position to be put in. Does try to play it on that occasion, but with no success. 19 overs gone, 54 for 6. With a win today, Japan are inches away from under 19 World Cup qualification.
Well, we've still got a lot of going tomorrow, Daniel.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Edging closer, but not going to pop any champagne corks today, unfortunately, thanks to Fiji's result yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Spoiling the party.
Yeah.
We had hoped that today might be the day, but can't take anything for granted. You've got to win all your games. It's the only way to make sure you're 100% there. And I think we saw from Fiji yesterday that they're growing into the tournament as well. I think it is hard for all of the teams in the region. Sometimes it's us when we go to the Pacific, and certainly when the Pacific come here, you know, it's a long way. It's not as easy as people think. Those flights, they're often 18 to 24 hours, and you get one training session and then you're out on the pitch. So
Yeah.
for Fiji, I think that first day out on the turf, new experience for them, and got caught a bit cold and getting bowled all out for 55. But then yesterday we really saw a bit more of what they're about as they made, you know, what's been the highest score of the tournament so far, 180 I think they made yesterday. So yeah, expecting a bit more from them tomorrow as well.
They've definitely shown the tools to flourish in the conditions here in Sino. Here's Nihal Palmer, who has basked in the glory of a bunch of wickets here on top of the half century that he made on match day 1. Ball left for Japan to get now. This one. Able to beat the point fielder. Even when they have had the chance to fill their boots with runs, New Guinea, they've had a knack of picking out the fielders in the cherry blossom pink shirts. Struck towards us at long on, one bouncing into the fielder's hands.
I guess what we all want to know, Daniel, you mentioned the cherry blossom pink shirts. The boys played in the blue on day 1, they played in the pink on game day 2, and here they are on The next day they're wearing the pink again. What's your preferred colour?
I think I have flip-flopped on this. I'm pro pink, and I think especially at a World Cup, they've got to go pink because there's so many other teams are playing blue. I think it's a bit of a point of difference. I think that the pink I think is the way to go. I am guilty of owning 2 of the blue ones. I need to fill my collection.
Well, I reckon you have a pretty good opportunity faster here, mate.
Well, I know how I'm talking to the right person at this very point in time to get my hands on one, unless Alex Miyagi is a little bit in a better position.
I reckon you might want to speak to some of these players. Charlie Harahins has got plenty. We can farm off. There we go. Drinks break.
I'm races through that over. 20 overs gone. 55 for 6. And I think I look at Nia Palmer as probably the best example of this, but also the younger players who are in the 11 at the moment, batting down the order. But let's hypothetically look at the World Cup, and in this hypothetical, Japan are there. The next kind of 7 to 8 months, obviously a hugely important part in the development of these players, not only to build as players, but to play and prepare for a World Cup. What is the kind of blueprint for those guys in terms of developing their game, developing themselves into being sort of match-ready international cricketers in the next stage?
Yeah, it's good you bring this up. It's it's obviously something you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves with, but as an administrator in the position I'm in, I do have to be prepared for every scenario. And certainly 6 years ago when we qualified, we definitely missed the trick. We just did not know what to expect, what worked, what was coming, how much money we'd receive, what we'd be able to do. We were just caught cold, and we really lost probably 6 months. We ended up organising some regular training for the boys that August. We booked some local huts nearby from the ground that you drive past them, in fact, every day. Booked the boys were all staying there during their summer holidays. Some of the parents were cooking food for them, and they were up here training every day. We actually got a coach over from Australia. Rohan O'Neill came, previous head of community cricket Victoria, in Japan at the moment, actually. And Kendall Fleming came over for a little bit to work with the boys too, and that was excellent. But we didn't get to go on tour until after Christmas with the World Cup, literally immediately before the World Cup. And we went and exposed the boys to a higher standard of cricket. They got a bit found out, and actually they were almost a bit broken before they went to the World Cup. And it made that experience even tougher. Ideally, you would expose them to a higher standard much sooner, and then build them back up again. Because our boys they just didn't know what to expect when they got to the World Cup. Now the difference this time around is that this group of players, they've already played India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, UAE in the last 12 months. Not all of them, but a lot of them have. So, and the advantage of being in the Asian Cricket Council pathways, they're going to be it's going to be an ACC trophy, a Premier Cup in probably October. So we don't need to organise anything. They've got that. I was actually thinking about this a few nights ago. I think we should probably do something for the Australian-based players during the school holidays, get them all together maybe for a week. And that's something I'll have to brainstorm with a few other guys about, see what we can do. But also, there's going to be an ACC under-16 tournament too, which some of these boys, probably about half of them in fact, are going to be in. So we're actually not too short of options, and my bigger concern really is actually just for the education of some of these boys, because Charlie Harahins needs to go to school at some point. He's going to go to Oman in October as well, and we're planning a pre-tour, a pre-tournament tour for that too in August, venue TBC. But some of these boys are playing so much cricket, and that just wasn't the case 6 years ago. So I hope that puts us in a better position to be competitive at the World Cup, should we get there. And that's our goal. We don't just want to go to the World Cup and make up numbers. If we get to the World Cup, we need to show that the EAP can compete, and we've been able to do that in these ACC tournaments, which has been really, really exciting. But now we need to go to a World Cup, and imagine Japan getting a win at a World Cup. It would just be such a significant moment and a step in that right direction that we're starting to arrive, and we believe we can do that, but we've obviously got to get there first.
Gabby Harahins as play resumes. at a World Cup before, I think is a massive positive. Going back again, I know obviously the playing group will be completely different, but from an admin and a leadership point of view, you're not going in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on this occasion. Big full toss out of the middle of the bat. This should be a boundary, and it is. Rockets into the stadium seating to our right for 4. It's a loosener there from Gabby Hutter-Hins, and Lequinel, the keeper batter, fills his boots at 4.
There's a lot of left-handers in this PNG team, isn't there?
Yes. I don't know what's in the water in the village. Maybe Sean Hutton can answer that question for us.
Yeah, and even going to what you mentioned around having previously been at a World Cup, a lot of these players still play and train with guys who went to that tournament. Someone like Kazumasa Hinatsuka, he went there. He's still prominent in the Japan cricket scene. So you can lean on players like that to learn from their experiences. But at the same time, these guys are writing their own history. And I think that some of the biggest challenges that we had in that World Cup experience was some of the boys had never been overseas before. Like, Sora Ichiki didn't have a passport. He never left Japan. And now, again, these guys, they've been to Malaysia, they've been to Dubai twice, they've been to Darwin, they've pretty well-travelled kids. So that time away from home won't be such a shock and won't be such a drain on them, I don't think, because they all seem to get on pretty well and they have good fun in each other's company, and I think that really does matter.
Playing this, who are the, I don't know, say if the end of the over, 59 or 6, 21 overs gone, you look at the group and, okay, let's just say that boys are a bit down on their luck a little bit. Who are the sort of gestures of the group? Who are the ones that are normally sort of keeping the team upbeat? I
haven't been on tour with them yet, but I did get an insight yesterday. But just before I answer that, I'll just say about, we went to the Premier Cup in 2023, these boys, and I wasn't on that tour, but I spoke to the coaches, and we played in Nepal in the semi-finals, and it was a rain-affected game, and we got rolled over for 60 now, and lost comfortably. But I remember speaking to the coaching staff, and usually a defeat like that, after a few good results, a team could suddenly be reality check and be a bit crushed and could fall away in the next game. And our boys bounced back and then beat Singapore in the next match to qualify for the Edge Cup. And speaking to the coaching staff, rather than being upset about the defeat to Nepal, they were actually inspired by the level that those guys were at. They were like, oh, how cool is it to play against players that good? We want to get to there. And that's such a shift in mindset from what we've had previously. It was like, oh dear, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. Big fish, small pond kind of thing in 2019 at least. And that's not the case anymore. A lot of these boys, they know what else is out there, and so they're preparing for it in a completely different way to how the last group prepared. In terms of characters in the group, from what I've seen, I think Skylar and Nakayama Cooks brought a good amount of energy. I think Max Yonakawa Lin is another guy who's got a lot of positive energy and tries to lift the mood in the group, and I think Hugo Tanykelly's come out of his shell in the last sort of 12 months as he's doubled in size. but I think a lot of it does come back to the captain. And Nikhil Paul isn't necessarily a big voice, but he's a very, sounds a bit weird, soothing presence. I think the boys respect him, and they are keen to go to him and talk to him. He's just very approachable, and I think that's been one of the key things about him being a captain. And someone like Rayo Sakurano as the coach, Rayo doesn't get too up or too down. He's a very level guy.
Palmer into his second over here. Swiped into the leg side. the safer shot to play, even with the ball turning into the left-hander, just with this wicket. Just dustying up a little bit in the afternoon. Palmer's been on the button. With the ball, 4 for 4, 3.4 overs, cleaning up the tail against the same opposition here, and then 4 for 19 against Fiji.
Coming back over the wicket to the left-hander.
On the
That's
up.
going to go. That's huge.
That's an excellent shot.
That is
No
massive.
doubt about that one. We're now Alawan Borgay together, just putting together a mini fight back of sorts at the end of the over. 22 overs gone, 67 for 6.
Jeez, it's a fair hit, that one. The idea of coming back over the wicket to cramp him up didn't quite work. See the yoga group packing up their packing up their mats, I should say. Yoga mats all being folded up down to our right, Daniel. You might have to catch the yogi before they get out of here. If you want your chance to stretch your back out.
I'm in need of a decent massage, actually.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I can. Javi Hardhins in again. Yeah, late nights in an office chair, I imagine. Alan setting up the summer. It does put a toll on the body.
Yeah, I mean, not only with all this busy period going on, but we've also just got the cricket season in Japan going on.
Yeah.
You know, there are a whole lot of domestic games across this weekend, and got an email over last night around the disciplinary issue that I have to deal with. It's just literally the last thing I want to be dealing with.
Through the gap. This should run away
Long
down
chase.
this hill, but looks like it's Charlie Hardhins there that will keep that inside the rope. Yeah, I sort of learned a little bit more about this yesterday, talking to some of the characters involved on the Japanese club scene, Chris Thurgates and Nicks of the world, as they sort of travelled around and played their club cricket yesterday. Some of the distances you need to travel to play club cricket here in Japan, quite lengthy car trips, and I'm sure you're making friends with blokes, girls and boys that you carpooling with.
Yeah, if you listen to, there was an excellent podcast, the Japan Cricket Podcast, which seems to have dried up over the last couple of years, but during COVID, there were interviews with various members of the Japan cricket community, and one that sticks out was one with Jared Shearer, who part of the Wombats Cricket Club, and talked about how they used to hire a bus. They just have a team bus, and it's just a 2-day road trip for their team whenever they had a game, and it would just make a weekend out of it. And it just sounded a ridiculous amount of fun, to be honest. Just a group of mates piling into the bus, going off, playing a game, camping out somewhere, a few drinks that night, and then a slow drive back the next day. It actually was cheaper than taking the Shinkansen, the bullet train. But I don't think anyone's doing that anymore. But but I mean, the reality is that most of the grounds that we play club cricket on are in Sano. There are other grounds around that get used. Fuji, of course, and Samu has a ground there that we use. But the Japan Cricket League, 85-90% of it is probably played in Sano. So then, if you do live further afield, it can be a long way. Certainly, Chris Thurgate, he lives in deepest, darkest Chiba. Can easily take him 3 hours to get up here.
23 overs gone, 72 for 6.
It was funny, I keep mentioning this under-19 induction day, and one of the things that got brought up was that the games start too late. One of the guys was like, why are all our games starting at 11 o'clock? We can start so much earlier. So I think that's very much an opinion of someone who lives in Sana.
Yes.
And young Tomoki was quickly put back in his box by all the boys who live in Tokyo and have to get up at 5:30 a.m. to leave the house at 6 in order to be in Sano for the toss for their games.
It tells you how dedicated people are here. On the up, this should be taken.
Got
Now
it.
Palmer running
That's the
in to
breakthrough.
take a good catch.
Real frustration from the batter. He's done really well actually to keep his emotions in check. He looked like he was about to slam his bat into the ground, but he held on. There's a good take. We've seen this a lot, haven't we? Catches close in to the bat, whether it's, there's been a number of caught and bowls throughout the tournament, and a number of guys popping them up to short with wicket, short cover, and that's the latest in the long line.
Yeah, it probably just tells you that, especially against spin, the wicket just holds up a tad. So Nia Palmer in on the wickets this afternoon. 9 wickets across best part of 3 matches now for the leggy. Boyd to clean up the tail again. We need to start thinking now, assuming that Japan would go on and close this game out. Player of the match and MVP points.
Yeah, it's a big job for someone, isn't it?
Tell you what, it's a good problem, but I prefer having this problem is see Palmer running in again. Quicker one. Having too many candidates stand up begging for points rather than the obvious 3-2-1s. This means that there's a number of key contributors on both sides.
Yeah, you got 2.
Is this going to fall into the hand of the fielder? No. Over the top. It loops.
Got 2 boys with 3-fers. We've got a top score of just 40. So a couple of guys scoring 30. I think Charlie Hara-Hins with 30 off 26 and 3-fer is probably the front runner. But at the same time, I do think that contribution, that partnership at the end, unbroken partnership of, what was it, 48, 46?
Yeah.
Between Ryuki Ozeki and Skylar Nakayama Cook. Skylar finishing 30 not out from 62 balls. Absolutely vital, because if we get rolled over for 140, I do think this chase has a slightly different complexion.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, Papua New Guinea now 74 for 7. Even now, if they're only chasing 130, 140, they'd still think they might be in the game. So, yeah, it's just a very different feeling. So, yeah, it's a tough call. Wouldn't want to be in your boots, Daniel.
That's okay. As long as I don't have anyone complaining to me at the end of play about it, then all's well that ends well. That does happen.
I don't doubt it. Will you be on the committee for the tournament awards as well? The best batter, best bowler, and the MVP, as well as the team of the tournament? That's always a contentious one.
It's a conversation for myself and Emily O'Brien a little bit later. Yeah, that brought up a few points. New bowler in. This is a good move, this. Taisei Kobayashi dog it into the attack.
First bowler of the tournament. First bowler in the Japan shirt. Good on him.
I like this move from, well, whoever's running the ship out there with Nikhil Pol still off the ground. I'm assuming it's a mix of Charlie Hara-Hins and Kazuma Kato Stafford.
Kazuma did it in Singapore, so I would assume it'll be him. The rarely spotted right arm seamer
I was
in the
gonna.
Japan team.
I know we talked about PNG batters and their seemingly pumped up and bumped up left-handedness. Yeah, Kai joining doesn't look title start with his two left-arm quicks.
You got Maxi on the Carolyn sat on the bench as
Another
well.
one, yeah. It's a good opportunity this for Kobayashi Doggett. I think the result here is a bridge too far for Papua New Guinea.
It's interesting. I think that Kaiso really thought that his best chance to break into the team was to come and push his case as a seam bowler. But even just in the first training session prior to the Futures League, it was clear that he had a bit about him with the bat, and I think he made 46 in one of the Futures League games, which was enough just to tilt the selectors to think that depth in batting was more important for the team. And I think that's been borne out by the fact that this is his first bowl. Certainly looks like he's got something about him with the ball in hand. He battled for a bit today, made double figures, but lost that one. But he's still a young man as well. I mentioned another one of the team who's going to be in that under-16s bracket still. Plenty to learn, and the first experience playing in Sano, so you can see how he develops.
Hearing the Chiba faithful there in the stands calling for Timothy Moore to be given the ball at some point as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, again, someone who really broke into the team as a bowler. Did okay with the bat today. Contributed as Japan made the way back up to a decent total, defendable total.
Angled down to third man for one.
All right, Daniel, it might be time for me to say my farewells.
Farewell.
Better go and walk across, help Todd out with the scoreboard. I can see how his legs are beginning to tire. Needs an extra set of knees. It's been fun. I will probably see you again tomorrow.
Can't wait, to be honest, and hopefully catch up for a cold beverage this afternoon. For your sake, hopefully a Japan win as well. Alan Kerr, an everywhere man for the JCA. Palmer with another over. Four 3.4 in the reverse fixture, 419 against Fiji, and now his name here today. Wickets now. Tournament. Shout of no. Carlo and Bulge. Number 28. Hit high and into the leg side. It will fall in between two converging fielders. fired in. $78 overs gone, sorry, 26 overs gone, 78 for 7. Probably I should dog it again. Down the leg side, all inside edge. It might beat the fielder to the rope. It does just. Yeah, the Tarakamala moves to 6. Signals again down the leg side. Not quite getting his angle right. Field, but an easy one for the umpire to deliberate on. Bottom edge. Past the leg stump, frustratingly for Kaisei. Kobayashi dog it. Oh, it's hit him on the toe, yes! And the slower ball brings about the 8th wicket for Japan. Japan coasting. And a great moment for Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett. And the Chiba faithful get their wish. Timothy Moore into the attack. Wamboge, the man at the other end. Big crowd presence now. Just a little delay in play. Good start. Forces Jorge into a defence. You might be able to hear the applause in the stand. In there. Light blue. Thurgates and the rest of the core out there. Play and miss. And if Timmy Moore was able to take a wicket here, I think they will erupt on that feet over there. Into the leg side, man out there, but well short of Gabby Hutter-Hins. The clap now up for Tim Moore. To the new batter, Owalapuka, number 10. On the leg side. On the pad, big shout. Down pretty early from the umpire, suggesting maybe there might have been a tickle on that. Maybe hitting outside the line of off stump. Final ball of Moore's first over. On the up, chance of a catch, wide of mid-wicket. Great start for Tim Moore. He's got the crowd up and about. Just the one off PNG, 84 for 8. Oh, was that a little tickle? No. Playing this. Attack here. Japan, an extra man up inside the ring. Three men out, all on the leg side. Long on, square leg and fine leg. And I say that the fine leg even comes inside the circle as well. Looks like Yuki Ozeki. Outside edge. Oh, popped up just short of him following through. It would have been a tough chance to take anyway. "29 overs gone, 85 for 8. No Shock, who hands his hat to the umpire. Crowd goes up. A Timmy Moore wicket here would put the cherry on top of the icing, on top of the cake for Japan now. Racing through the finishing tape here. Oh, play and miss. Clap on for more. And once more from Malo and Borgate. The party pooper at the moment for the Chiba crowd. Down the leg side, the slow ball attempt, and well, Nakayama Cook unable to clean up behind the stumps, so a few extra runs here for Papua New Guinea. Good call of one, that from Borgate. Well whipped around the corner from Wailapuka. He'll pick up 2. Great throw into the keeper's gloves as well. And a big cheer amongst the crowd. (91 for 8). 30 overs gone. Kobayashi dog it again. Splits the Papua New Guinea. Splits of 10 in the 30 overs up. 30 for 1, first 10. 25 for 5 in a tough 10 over period in the middle there where spin dominated. For 91 for 8, so a little consolidation here with trying his utmost to keep things alive, but Papua New Guinea's charge to the Under-19 World Cup. It's happening right in front of our eyes at present. Might have been a drop chance there. Not 100% sure he's hit this. We'll make the signal. No, bias signal, so not a chance given up. Two for 8, 31 overs gone. 2 here on top of the Y. Attacking the stumps. Tim Moore in the quest for a first tournament wicket. 32 overs gone, 96 for 8. So the match tomorrow, Japan take on Fiji. Can they start here in Sano? Japan go on a win today. Close out the tournament undefeated with a win tomorrow to book their under-19 World Cup tickets. It's not confirmed today with a win. Take something monumentally wrong for them to not finish top. Charlie Harder-Hins, who's already in the running for player of the match honours today. Looking for wickets 4 and 5 for himself. Actually going to sneak a 1 here. Surely thought the ball was dead there. They're actually going to move them back there. The original spots. The ball was dead. Holding pattern here is we're going to get some time in the middle. Too short this time. They collect 1. Good piece of fielding from Gabby Harder-Hins off the bowling of his brother. 33 overs gone. 96. 97 for 9. Double change. Here we go, Tony Kelly into the attack. Not playing miss. Start. Plenty of turn for Tony Kelly. He gets plenty of purchase on this surface, especially bowling at this end. On the up over the man in the infield. Kai Wall out there collecting in the deep. Flirting with the stumps, having the outside edge. Tony Kelly. Not sure how that's missed both of them. And return again, even when pitching outside the leg stump. Racing through his over, just 2 off, 9 for 8. Had a hint 8 over. To the left side. And we'll bring up 3 figures for Papua New Guinea. And we've fought valiantly over the last 5 to 10 overs. After it collapses, still positives to be taken out of this performance, even if they were to fall to their hosts. Leg side, top ball. Left alone, almost turned back into the off stump. In and close on the offside, killing the ball. Angled down offside. With the over. 101 for 8, 35 overs gone. into the deep, but short of the outfielder striding in. Shuffling down, oh, for a moment. Gabby Harahins was interested in the catch. No confidence in between the two batters. Be adjudged to wide. Short of Gabby again. There it is for Hugo Tiny Kelly, number 4. The big tempter, and Fukuola unable to work that into the leg side. The resistance finally broken. End of Tiny Kelly's over there with the wicket. Means that Diego Morea will be at the non-striker's end. And Borgay now on strike. Charlie Harahins. Ready to close out. Oh, for a moment there, thought that had gone onto the stumps as well. This will be the one for Borgate. Moreno on strike at number 11, and an opportunity for Hutter Hins to finish with 4. Plenty of candidates for player of the match, more so than this man with ball in hand. 3-2-1 point to be difficult to finish this off. .37 overs gone in Papua New Guinea. 104 for 9. Time and resource running out for the Garamuts. For a moment there, thought the match was run and done. Short cover into just 1. Men have come out now to give Murray the single. Back on strike next over. He opts to not take the single to bring Borgown to strike next over. So Hugo Tani Kelly finishes with 4 for 21. Papua New Guinea 105 for 9. Charlie Hutter Hins again with the opportunity to finish with 5. 4, I should say. Papua New Guinea's under-19 World Cup campaign nears its end. Unable to catch Japan this defeat. Even if they won today, they would have needed some help from Fiji against Japan as well. And it's been a fighting knock from Borgate, just like he did yesterday. Hung around, stuck it out, did not throw away his wicket. Double outside edge. They should collect a second here. Borgate gets back. Dug out by Borgate again. Not 100% sure what's transpired here. Just see a conversation between umpires and players on both teams. Palmer back into the attack after Hugo Tani-Kelly finished his spell. And this wide signal, so another run for Papua New Guinea. There it is. Nia Palmer wraps it up. A nice way to finish for the hosts, who now stand with 1 foot in the door and 1 foot on the plane to Zimbabwe and Namibia for next year's Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup. Another thumping victory for the men in pink. 3 from 3. Onwards, marching towards tournament honours, and another emphatic performance by their spin bowling group to bowl out Papua New Guinea inside 40 overs. Took a nice little rebuild with the bat, though, to bring them up to a defendable score after Nikhil Pole's 40. Important runs at the back end. Skylar Nakayama Cook, Ryeki Ozeki, Milky Ozeki and others to get a score of 179 in the end after a 106-run win over the same opponents on match day 1. It's a 71-run win here on match day 4. Look at the scorecard there. A couple of starts at the top of the order. Gabba Frank will be disappointed by his dismissal. Alan Bogo hung around. Again unbeaten, 26 not out. But it was one-way traffic here in Sano on a sunny Sunday where the hosts ran amok, it must be said, bowling out their opposition for 108, well short of the 179 they'd posted in the morning session. That just about wraps it up here in Sano. We'll have the post-match presentation on Japan Cricket's Instagram. A quick look at the bowling card. Hugo Tani Kelly and Charlie Harahins bowling 20 overs and taking 7 wickets between them. An outstanding performance again by the slow bowlers. Nihar Palmer ending up with another 2 wickets to move into double figures for his campaign. An opportunity to throw the ball around. Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett taking a wicket. His first bowl of the tournament, despite Timmy Moore's best efforts in front of the crowd, unable to open his account. But another strong performance by the hosts here at the home of international cricket in Japan, the Sano International Cricket Ground. There's the match summary for you. Clear winners, again, Japan. Charlie Harahins making 30 and making 3 for 19 in the running. Probably the best candidate for player of the match, but a number of good performances there. Skylar Nakayama as well. An important 30 off 62 balls just to ensure that they closed out and posted a score of note. That's just about everything we have here. A win for Japan. Haven't quite qualified just yet, but incredibly close, and they might have, well, they will have their fate in their own hands well and truly tomorrow. Japan win by 71 runs, strengthen their stranglehold on the World Cup spot. And we'll hear all about it from their captain and the player of the match, Nikhil Pole, and whoever is crowned that award in a few moments' time on the Japan Cricket Instagram. But on behalf of myself, Daniel Beswick, and everyone here at the JCA, it's arigatou gozaimasu and sayonara to you here in Sano.